Good evening
Hello,
again.
how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Reason for a court reporter.
I don't know.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight's meeting is the Board of County Commissioners special meeting. Today is Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024, and the time is 6 p.m. If you'll join me in the pledge, call the meeting to order. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First item of business is general public comment. Those of you who would like to speak at the public hearing, that's probably a better time to do that when we open the public hearing. But if there's anyone here who'd like to address the Board of County Commissioners tonight, public comment, please come forward. Seeing no movement, we'll move on to the public hearings. This item is a Public Works item, M Ranch Mine, Class 2 mining permit. And as we go through this, I just want to let you know that we are going to have staff presentation first, and then we'll have the applicant make their presentation. And then I do understand there are some from the public that may have a PowerPoint or some other information they would rather share, and it's been loaded into our system. And at that time, you'll have an opportunity to make your presentation. Okay, sure. We'll keep public comment open. Somebody else had something they wanted to share? Oh, yeah, no problem. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just let us know who you are.
Okay, good evening. My name is Christopher Cassidy. I hope everyone's having a nice evening. Sorry, I don't have any comments on what's on the agenda tonight, but I have a general comment, and I'm here out of pure frustration. I've been a resident of St. Lucie County for about 3 years. I worked for a local municipality in Broward County for 28.5 years. And when I moved here, because I saw so much potential with the county for growth and quality of life. I'm here today because last year I called and emailed several times my commissioner to get information. I did my own research and called people to get the information that I have currently. And basically this is about neglect. For the county to grow, it has to be somewhere where people want to stay and to live, and it can't be blighted. Simple things as cutting the grass in common areas currently is unacceptable. In my neighborhood, I can have pictures and show to whoever after the meeting, or someone can contact me, because I don't know any of you. I've tried to reach out to try to get a face-to-face, and it was unsuccessful. But the grass is scheduled to be mowed on the common areas on my street and around my neighborhood every 3 months. It's 3 to 4 feet tall at times or more. I'm sure it's harboring rodents and other things. And also the culverts and stormwater ditches are not maintained that often either, and they're clogging. I worked in utilities for 28.5 years. You have to maintain your stormwater system for it to be useful. Otherwise, it's going to cause flooding, because what will happen is everything will dam up and back up and flood, because if there's debris getting blocked into the inverts and the culverts and stuff, it won't work. So, out of frustration, I reached out, and there's only one employee and one Vector truck to maintain your stormwater system in the whole county. Annually, we pay stormwater fees on our taxes. I know that a lot of things go to development, also for infrastructure, but that is not acceptable amount of employees and trucks to cover the county. You're just responding to emergencies, and you're going to have flooding. So that and the lawn service that they only have 14 employees, I was told, that cover the whole county for all the common grounds that the county has to maintain. That's why they're on a 3 to 4 month schedule. Now, if I let my grass, or any one of you let your grass grow in front of your house for 3 or 4 months, you're going to potentially get a code enforcement violation. The county needs to hold itself to the same level that they expect their residents to have. And it's not fair. I maintain the front of my property because it's blighted, but other people that don't, because it's not their responsibility. So I'm here out of frustration. Maybe you could guide me in the right direction, who to speak to, and how we can maybe accomplish some things to get more improvement in the maintenance of the county.
I'll help you with that, Mr. Cassidy. I did get your call yesterday, and of course we had meetings every day this week,
Sure.
multiple meetings, and I've taking the chair's position today, and yesterday, so I've been behind. And my aide is back in the back, Robert Delgadillo. Robert, will you see Mr. Cassidy and get additional information from him? I wasn't able to return your call.
Yeah, I didn't expect, I called an email last year several times, and they had that whole system fault or something that, I don't know if it got
Oh,
lost.
and the system was compromised?
Yeah, so, and I actually gave up because I was so frustrated, but I figured today was because it was nothing to do with what I'm concerned about, but there was Public Works was on the agenda. I fear I come and speak, so maybe we can get some resolution to a lot of
Thank you
things.
for that. We actually appreciate it when the neighbors come and tell us they were having challenges in the field. It's really very helpful to us. So,
No
Mr.
problem.
Cassidy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are still under public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board? All right, we'll move on to the Public Works public hearing. Again, I'm going to reiterate, we're going to have staff presentation first, then we'll have the applicant, and then someone in the public have asked to be able to present information on our public boards here, and we'll let you do that at that time. So, Dan, you have the floor, sir.
All right, good evening, Vice Chair DeVosky, Commissioners. For the record, Dan Zaralik, County Engineer. With me, I have Edmund Bass, Assistant County Engineer, and Corey Benton, the Planning Manager. Online in a Teams call, we have Daniel Montiel with Geosyntex Consultants. We'll explain his involvement later on in the presentation. The item before you this evening is the public hearing for the M Ranch mining permit application. Correspondence to all the neighboring property owners within a 500-foot radius of the mine has been sent advising of the proposed application and of tonight's public hearing, which was continued from the previously scheduled public hearing on Wednesday last week due to safety concerns associated with Hurricane Helene. A public notice sign was posted on the property along Carlton Road, and notice was advertised in the Fort Pierce Tribune as well. The M Ranch Mine is situated west of Carlton Road and north of Glades Cutoff Road. M Ranch 1000 LLC is identified as the property owner. In this application, the property owner desires a new Class 2 10-year mining permit. This slide shows the overall site plan for the mine. The project proposes a 164-acre sand and rock mine with an entrance from the north side of Glades Cutoff Road by means of a 1.25-acre haul road through the applicant's private property. The 80-acre mining area will be stripped of grass and other vegetation. The overburden will be excavated using track hoes, front-end loaders, and other traditional excavation methods in 20-acre cells. The overburden will be stockpiled and used to construct the perimeter berm around the mine or sold as fill materials and hauled off-site or retained on-site for future use. The mining operation will then dewater to a permitted depth of 15 feet and use excavators, dredges, or drag line to excavate in a wet condition to remove the coquina rock layer to the permitted maximum depth of 40 feet. Water removed during the processing will either be conveyed back to a recharge area on the north and east sides of the mine, or pumped directly back into one of the excavated cells. Perimeter berms were built around the mine, including a 12-foot tall mine along Carlton Road. Proposed mine site plan does include a connection to Carlton Road, but the access will be gated and locked and strictly for emergency access only. Stockpiles will be positioned at the southwest corner of the mine and limited to 50 feet maximum height. A water truck will be used to wet mining areas, stockpiles, and the haul road to minimize dust. Vibration and noise monitoring are included in the operational plan for the mine. Groundwater will be monitored before and during the mining operation period, which will be discussed in greater detail later in this presentation. And finally, the mining operations will be limited to Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The reclamation of the mine shall commence following completion of the mining operations. The mine will be surrounded by gently sloping littoral zones and upland buffers. Upon completion of the shoreline grading, littoral zones and upland areas will be stabilized, planted, and maintained. Plant materials shall be in accordance with the approved mining plans. The mining depth will average 40 feet below the ground surface. The haul road extends south from the mine about 1.5, we're missing a picture there, sorry, 1.75 miles to Glades Cutoff Road. The mine entrance is located about 600 feet to the west of Carlton Road, and that's what that figure was supposed to show. And will include a dedicated right turn lane into the mine from Glades Cutoff Road. The speed limit on Glades Cutoff Road at the mine entrance is 30 miles an hour. Here's your figure. All right, the haul route for the mine will use Glades Cutoff Road to either Range Line Road or Midway Road. No truck traffic from the mine is permitted to use Carlton Road. The operational plan for the mine includes a truck registration and hauling plan to facilitate the identification of dump trucks that do not follow the plan. No stacking or queuing on Glades Cutoff Road is allowed at any time. The next few slides provide an overview of the evaluations of potential impacts to water quality and water quantity associated with the proposed mine. M-Ranch performed a hydrogeologic impact evaluation for the proposed mine. These are some of their findings. Groundwater samples were collected to evaluate the potential for saltwater intrusion. They evaluated the potential effects on the freshwater supply during and after the mining operations. They proved or demonstrated that groundwater recovers to pre-dewatering levels after about a month. Groundwater flow direction in the site is generally to the west. Particle tracking analysis was performed to evaluate the potential adverse effects from the mining operation. In summary, they concluded that the short-term influence from dewatering should not result in adverse impacts to the water resources, the environment, or protected users of the superficial aquifer system. St. Lucie County contracted with Geosyntec Consultants, Inc. to perform a third-party peer review of the analysis by M-Ranch's consultant. Geosyntec pointed out that the effects of the dewatering directly relate to the durations of the dewatering and recharge intervals. Deviations from the intervals modeled would yield different results. They proposed additional modeling with extended dewatering timeframes to better understand the effects on water quality and water quantity. Geosyntec also suggested that another option to resolve the majority of the concerns with water quality would be to limit the mining depth to 40 feet, which would minimize the effects of water within the mine mixing with higher chloride concentrations below that depth. We shared Geosyntec's findings with M-Ranch, and they agreed to limit the mining depth to 40 feet.
Yeah, that's the PowerPoint catch-up.
Yeah, there you go. All right, this slide has figures from the modeling that was performed by M-Ranch's consultant and simply illustrates that the predominant groundwater flow direction in the vicinity of the mine is in an east to west direction before, during, and after the mining operation. This slide also has an exhibit from the hydrogeological impact evaluation that illustrates one of the dewatering modeling scenarios. The blue line represents the zero or no change condition in groundwater levels associated with the dewatering activity. The other contour lines show the potential for a relatively slight change in the groundwater level up or down in the area, but only to a maximum of 0.5 feet or 6 inches. The groundwater table in the area varies seasonally, but generally fluctuates within about 5 or 6 feet below the ground surface. That means that the surface of the groundwater level could be lowered or raised by a maximum of 6 inches in the areas indicated on the figure. However, water supply wells in the area likely extend down below the ground surface between 20 and 40 feet and would not be impacted by 6-inch change in groundwater levels at the water table surface. This slide depicts one of the particle tracking model simulations for a dewatering operation at the south side of the mine, which is shown in blue. It's hard to see, but the orange lines around the temporary impoundment area on the east and north sides of the mine represent the path of chlorides that are displaced as a result of the dewatering operation. This demonstrates that the dewatering operation has a very minimal effect on the horizontal displacement of particles, in this case saline water, which is very limited to the temporary impoundment area on the mine property. As Geosyntec pointed out, the effects could magnify if the dewatering durations are extended beyond the intervals that were used for the modeling. But by reducing the mining depth to 40 feet, the concentration of chlorides are much lower within the water body. Therefore, the threat of off-site migration of saline water is of minimal concern. George Box was a British statistician who had a famous quote, "All models are wrong, but some are useful." So modeling has its limitations. It predicts what we anticipate or what we think we'll find based on that data that was available. It's not always accurate, but in this case, they did a pretty thorough job of evaluating different scenarios, different dewatering cells for the durations of dewatering, and that's what we had to deal with. To provide better assurance that there are no adverse effects to the water quality or quantity, MRanch is required to maintain a groundwater monitoring plan during the life of the mine. The plan includes 19 groundwater monitoring wells situated around the mine with different screen intervals to allow groundwater measurements and testing of target parameter concentrations at regular intervals. The results are analyzed and evaluated to identify any evidence of adverse effects from the mine. MRanch is required to submit reports regularly that summarize the results of the monitoring. Immediate adjustments to the mining operations would be required if any evidence of potential adverse effects are identified. As the groundwater monitoring plan is critical to the protection of the environment and nearby residents who rely on the freshwater supply, we can discuss this in more detail following the presentation. South Florida Water Management also requires monitoring of the groundwater as part of their permit requirements. These tables summarize the South Florida groundwater monitoring and reporting requirements. Another part of the mining permit, there are special conditions for bonds and insurance policies that are required by the applicant. Special condition number 3 is a reclamation bond in the amount of $1.6 million. And I do want to point out that that amount is highlighted because the amount in the staff report that was uploaded and the draft mining permit has changed slightly since last week. Late last week, we identified an error in the calculation for the estimate, so MRanch redid the estimate, and this is the updated amount. But this amount for the reclamation bond covers if the county had to go in and reclaim the mine after MRanch vacated the site, we could recall on this reclamation bond. Special condition number 4 is a bond for off-site improvements, which includes the turn lane on Glades Cutoff Road, resurfacing, which is milling resurfacing part of Glades Cutoff Road between Carlton Road and the mine entrance. There's a bus shelter that they're going to install for the school pickup. There's flashing beacons that are going to be placed in front of Allapattah Flat School. So the bond for off-site improvements would cover those improvements in the event that MRanch vacated the property. Another protection that was included in the special conditions of the mining permit is the requirement for MRanch to provide and maintain liability insurance for the fish farm and properties within 1,400 feet or a quarter mile of the mine that have water supply wells. It's a $3 million liability insurance policy for the fish farm to cover all costs for immediate investigation and any subsequent mitigation for any claims of adverse impacts to water quality or quantity at the fish farm property directly or indirectly caused by the mine. Similar, special condition number 6 is for properties within 1,400 feet. It's a $250,000 liability insurance policy for all qualified property owners. The policy will cover all costs associated with the immediate investigation and any subsequent mitigation for any claims of adverse impacts to water quality or quantity, including but not limited to the repair or replacement of water supply wells located within 1,400 feet of the mine boundaries whose water quality or water quantity were negatively impacted directly or indirectly resulting from the mine. This proposed mining permit has 12 general conditions and 34 special conditions. The following conditions are worthy of being mentioned. The mining permit is valid for 10 years. The operations of the mining activities is Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Off-site hauling is limited to Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. No hauling on Carlton Road. No operations on Saturdays and Sundays and holidays observed by St. Lucie County, except in the event of an emergency declared by the St. Lucie County Administrator. Blasting is not permitted as part of this permit. Violations of the mining permit are subject to permit revocation and/or a fine of $250 per violation and $100 a day past that. Noise and vibration ordinance requirements are in effect. Water consumption shall not exceed the limit set forth in the permittee's South Florida Water Management Consumptive Use Permit. Permittee shall coordinate with the school district for the construction of a bus shelter and flashing warning signs on Glades Cutoff Road at Alapat's K-8 school. All compliance monitoring wells shall be maintained. The cumulative results of all monitoring well measurements shall be provided to the county on the appropriate basis, which are the same required by South Florida Management and FDEP. All bonds shall have no expiration date and only be released with Board of County Commissioner approval. The permit shall be required to record the approved mining permit in the public records of St. Lucie County within 60 days of approval. Proof shall be provided to the county attorney and the county engineer. Permit shall be responsible in maintaining the condition of the internal haul road and the stockpiled materials to minimize dust. A voluntary extraction fee of 5 cents a ton shall be paid to the county per the agreement between M Ranch Mine and St. Lucie County regarding voluntary mining extraction fee approved by the Board of County Commissioners. All Category 1 invasive plant species must be removed within 18 months of required landscaping installation. And finally, mine reclamation must be completed within 12 months of completion. With all that said, staff is recommending approval of this permit request subject to the aforementioned 12 general conditions and 34 special conditions. I will note that the applicant is here tonight with his consultant and would like to make a brief presentation. And Vice Chair Dvoski, Commissioners, that concludes the presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions of staff?
I have a question.
Mr. Lee.
Regarding the fines for any violations, $250 a day. Can you give me some examples of those violations?
Sure. If we get continued complaints about dust or noise violations, vibration violations, and they don't correct it, then we have the option of invoking the violation fines.
You think $250 is enough to stop them?
It's $250 per violation and then $100 a day until they mitigate the violation.
Any other questions? No? All right. I'll hold my questions until the applicant provides their input. Good evening.
Good evening, and I promise this is not my presentation.
Oh,
My name is Gianna Loda. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. I am an attorney with the law firm of Holland & Knight with offices at 515 East Las Olas, and I have the pleasure tonight of being here on behalf of M Ranch. As indicated by staff, we're actually here before you tonight for two separate applications, one being the mining permit as well as the site plan application. In connection with these applications, and I don't know if they've pulled up my presentation as yet.
It's coming.
Okay, and I think there was a clicker, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm talking so fast, I'm already past my presentation here. There we go. In connection with the planning, design, and development of the M Ranch mine, the applicant assembled a deep and highly respected consultant team that includes civil and traffic engineers, hydrogeologists, environmental specialists, noise and vibration consultants, toxicologists, landscape architects, among others. You see these individuals and their companies up here on the screen. Many of these individuals and experts are here tonight should you have any questions. As you may recall, this time last year, or actually, I'm sorry, well, close to this time last year, in October of last year, we were before you for approval of the conditional use. At that time, this board heard extensive testimony from many of these experts with respect to the approval of the conditional use and your consideration of that. In an effort to streamline our presentation tonight, I have these experts ready should you have any questions, but rather I am going to use my time to review the findings that were made by the board at that conditional use hearing in the development order that is included in your backup, including the various operational controls and best practices that have been incorporated into the revised operation and maintenance plan. At this time, if I could, I'd like to have the staff report, all of the backup, the revised operation and maintenance plan, application documents, all included in the record for this hearing. But first, I'd like to kind of just remind everybody why we're here tonight. M Ranch is a family-owned cattle and farming operation that spans over 2,300 acres in western St. Lucie County. The images that you see here give you a little bit of a flavor for what they're currently using this property for. Cattle ranching, row crops, beekeeping, and citrus, a legacy of St. Lucie County. They presently, and this is just a sample of their operations, they presently have 290 acres of planted sweet corn, 60 acres of melon, that's the picture you see in the lower right-hand corner, for use in yogurt making, 260 acres of citrus, including the flame grapefruit, 2,500 beehives, something I learned just a few weeks ago, and 550 head of cattle. The boundary of the M Ranch holdings are shown here with the yellow cross-hatching. Their holdings are located again on both on the east and west side of Carlton Road and north of Glades Cutoff Road. To help ensure that these agricultural operations will remain in place for years and years to come, several years ago, M Ranch started exploring whether or not they could activate a small portion of their property to provide income to help underwrite their agricultural operations. One option that rose to the top, due in large part to the fact that there was an existing active DEP permit in place, was to activate a smaller portion of the property for a mine to provide much needed soil and aggregate materials to the region. It's important to note that if this board approves the applications tonight, less than 5% of the overall M Ranch holdings will be dedicated to that purpose, and the remainder of their holdings will remain in traditional agriculture, serving effectively as a bulkhead for the Western Hoe development that's occurring to the east. And specific as to that development that's going on to the east, the transformation of the Treasure Coast I-95 jobs corridor and the Tradition, the Southern Grove, and Wilson Grove areas is well underway. Within a 10-mile radius of the mine, as shown by the yellow dashed line, you see a significant amount of development that has been approved. Well over 40,000 homes and a variety of commercial developments are already approved and in various stages of development. What you see here in green are projects that have been approved and that are currently under development now. What you see in orange are projects that are currently in the pipeline right now, including the Oak Ridge project to our east. All of these projects will require quality fill material and base rock for homes, commercial sites, parks, stormwater, and other infrastructure. Approval of these applications brings this needed resource in closer proximity to where they're needed most. Sorry, this is very sensitive, forgive me. Just to kind of let you know where we're at, staff touched upon this. There are numerous applications that are required for the approval and operation of the mine. First of which is St. Lucie County. We have the 2 applications tonight, and of course our conditional use approval that was granted on October 5th of last year by Resolution 2023-135, and I'll get to that in a moment. There's also various state regulatory approvals that are required. I mentioned earlier that the site was subject to an FDEP permit for a mine, a 964-acre mine. When we stood before you last October, we represented that as part of the approval of this mine, it was our intent to modify that permit and reduce the size of the overall mine from 964 to the 164 acres, which has an active mine of only 80 acres. That has in fact been done. The FDEP has issued the revised updated permit for the smaller mine. That's the ERP mine permit that you see referenced there. The other regulatory approvals come from South Florida Water Management District, and we already have 2 of the permits that have been issued from that agency, including our ERP permit for the Hall Road and our irrigation permit. The dewatering permit has completed all of its reviews and is ready to issue pending the county's approval tonight. So sorry, this is very sensitive. Turning quickly to Resolution 2023-135, and I just want to highlight these items to hopefully circumvent some of the other presentation items. During the conditional use approval, as you know, you heard from numerous expert testimony relating to dust, noise, vibration, traffic. Our toxicologist was also spoke, among others. In the development order that again is included in your backup, the board made express findings, and they include that the operation of a mine on the property is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, that it will not have an undue adverse effect on adjacent property, the character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, utility facilities, and other matters affecting public health, safety, and general welfare, that all reasonable steps had been taken to minimize any adverse effect of the proposed project on the immediate vicinity through operational design, site design, landscaping, and screening, and that the project will be operated so as to not interfere with with development and the use of neighboring property in accordance with the applicable district regulations. This is all important because each of these is a criteria for the approval of the mine as well as the site plan. And it's important that you all have already made findings with respect to the mine operation as to all of these items. The main thing that was outstanding from the conditional use approval, as you know, was the completion of the hydrogeologic impact analysis, which has since been completed, has been reviewed and effectively approved by the South Florida Water Management District, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and reviewed by the county's own third-party peer review. And you'll hear more from our experts tonight as to that particular item. These are the operational best practices that were raised at the conditional use. All of these, many of these are included as conditions to not only the conditional use, but also proposed conditions in the mining permit and have all been folded into our development plans or our revised operation and maintenance manual. For dust mitigation, I cannot highlight enough that this is a wet mining operation, which means that all of the mining occurs below the water. We are proposing fairly significant burns in landscaping. Our 12-foot berm along Carlton Road, which I'll show you in a moment, as well as a berm that will be constructed on the north, south, and west sides of the mine. The fact that this is a wet mining operation, the material comes out of the mine very wet, and as a result, there's always a minimum moisture content in those stockpiles. We have protocols for tarp covering the hauls trucks. We are using asphalt millings on the eastern two-thirds of the loop road and regular maintenance and use of a water truck to wet the haul road, loop road, and other mining areas. Noise mitigation, the 12-foot berm serves a good purpose in terms of helping to assure that the mining operation will satisfy the county's noise ordinance, as well as the other items that you see here, including on-site mining equipment, which will be equipped with backup white noise alarms, so there's no beeping that you hear, and the ongoing noise and vibration monitoring. With respect to traffic mitigation, one of the biggest changes that we made, as you recall, before we came to you for the conditional use, was the relocation of the Hall Road from the east side of our property on the east side of Carlton Road through our property to the south. With that, all queuing will be wholly contained on M Ranch property. We have over a mile, as you heard from staff, from the southwest entrance to the mine to the Glades Cutoff Road, signage within Glades Cutoff Road. We are doing improvements to Glades Cutoff Road from Carlton to the mine entrance to upgrade that to the county standards, as well as the construction of a right turn lane into the Mine Hall Road, which is not required by our traffic impact statement, but something we committed to long ago before we even relocated that road, and we're continuing that with the relocated Hall Road. The O&M also provides training for our haul truck drivers, as well as a registration system to assure that all haul truck traffic is kept off of Carlton Road, and of course the contributions that you heard from staff with respect to signage within the right-of-way. Here is the mine site plan. It's kind of elongated on the screen for some reason. The mine, again, is 164 acres. Over half of it is actually not used for a mine. Only 80 acres is actively going to be mined. 51 acres is just buffers. The rest of it is for staging, the haul truck loop road, the office trailers, lab trailers, and whatnot for the overall mine, and of course our TIA that you see to the north and to the west. During the conditional use hearing, I did a really detailed overview of the actual mining operation. The order of operation from the creation of the lake in the middle and through the course of the mine. I'll try to just do a quick high level here. As we indicated in the conditional use, and again, I can't highlight enough, nothing with respect to the mine operation, the construction, and how it's going to be dewatered, nothing has changed since the conditional use. The initial dewatering is still proposed to be in the middle. That is the main dewatering that will occur. You'll hear from a moment from JLA Geoscience that will talk more about that with respect to the hydrological aspects of it. But the intent is to basically create the initial lake in the middle through the initial dewatering, and then the mine will be excavated from the center out. So effectively that lake will be getting larger going from the center out, which means the actual mining operations won't approach the east property line until several years down the road. If you may recall, it's a wet mining operation. The material is going to come out, be placed on the lake bed. That's that snake I kind of told you about. As it's excavated, one end of the snake is growing, while the other end is slowly being taken away as that material is being processed and leaving the mine. Thus, that kind of snake is going to rotate around that lake once, maybe twice a year, depending on how quickly the mine is being excavated. Haul trucks will be entering the site again from the southwest corner. You can see that interface. They will arrive, be weighed, and then go in, receive their material, come back, be weighed again, and then at that point, material will either be added or taken off the truck within that loop road to ensure that they have the proper weight of the material that they came for, and then they will leave through the office that you see at the far kind of northwest corner of the loop road and then leaving the site. Again, as staff indicated, no blasting is proposed at all as part of this mine. I can't stress that enough. It's a condition in our conditional use, it's a condition in the mining permit, and it's clearly stated in our revised operation and maintenance plan. The buffers. This is another thing that we kind of did as a pivot. After our second community meeting, it was clear that some of the community wanted to have a more enhanced buffer along Carlton Road. This cross-section gives you an idea of the existing improvements that are there and proposed improvements that provide buffering to the residences to the east. I will start to the right side of the slide going to the left. The right side is the east right-of-way line of Carlton Road. You then have the 100-foot Carlton Road right-of-way, which has a canal on either side. You then reach the east property line of M Ranch, where there is an 80-foot drainage easement that has a lot of planted material in it already. We then go to a 200-foot wide FPL easement, which is actually much wider than what you see here because it's 200 feet wide, twice the width of the Carlton Road right-of-way, which also has some landscaping in it. Then you get to a 46-foot wide landscape area. That's where the 12-foot berm will be constructed. And the 12-foot berm, just so you understand, it's more than just a 12-foot berm. It is going to have mature landscaping that is going to be planted as part of its initial construction, including hedge material, 16-foot buttonwood, and 20-foot slash pines. Then you reach our TIA, or a temporary impoundment area, which is another 100 feet wide before you even get to the active mining operation. Here shows you again the relocated haul road. Recall the haul road was proposed through that eastern parcel located east of Carlton Road, but we again pivoted and located it through the M Ranch property to the south. Here's a close-up of the interface of the haul road with Glades Cutoff. The main thing here I wanted to highlight is that when it was originally discussed to relocate the haul road, the thought was to maintain it on the existing ag road that ran along the south of our property line. We elected to move it further north as it came east-west to put it north of an existing stand of citrus trees. There's a citrus grove that you can see there and the outbuildings for the M Ranch mine. That moves the road significantly north of those properties to the south. East-west, the road is located over 750 feet from that north property line of the properties to the south. Again, we're improving Glades Cutoff, including the right turn lane. You can see with the orange asterisks, those are the flashing trucks entering the highway signs, and then far down, fairly far south of the mine entrance is the proposed location for the new shelter that the applicant has committed to constructing in coordination with St. Lucie Schools. At this point, I'd like to bring up our hydrogeologists, Paul Stout and Shelley Day with JLA Geosciences. Paul will talk a little bit about the hydrogeologic impact analysis, and Shelley will be talking to you a little bit about our proposed monitoring. Thank you. And just so you have it, I will submit their resume CVs for the record.
Before you go, any questions of?
And I do have a little bit more presentation after they're
I just
done,
wanted to see
sir.
if there was any questions
Thank
on what you've
sir.
presented. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. I'm Paul Stout, principal hydrogeologist, and co-founder of JLA Geosciences in Jupiter, Florida. Hopefully I'll do this right. Well, we were hired to perform the hydrogeologic evaluation and specifically to address a series of questions, a request for additional information from the South Florida Water Management District in response to an application for a dewatering permit. Now, this first slide just sort of summarizes what's involved with, or what was involved with preparing that response. South Florida Water Management District has specific requirements of the kinds of information that one has to collect, and the impact evaluation primarily involves a groundwater model. They have specific requirements for modeling as well as specific data requirements. So this summarizes what we performed in order to address their concerns. The first thing we did was a site investigation, and that involved installing 4 wells, collecting soil and groundwater samples, and performing what's called an Aquifer Performance Test, or an APT. The APT involves pumping 1 well and then monitoring the water level changes in 3 other wells, and as well as the production well. And from that, you get site-specific parameters that you then put in the model in order to perform the simulations. Again, that's a requirement of South Florida Water Management District. The model itself was extracted from one of their original models, which included all of St. Lucie County. But we take the data collected during the APT, incorporate it into our model, and then perform the simulations. And then the types of simulations that we performed were specific requirements or responses to questions that were asked by South Florida Water Management District. And they basically were to simulate dewatering operations associated with the mining. And so that's what we simulated. And the simulations themselves were performed for what would be considered the worst case situation. That involves the greatest amount of drawdown and discharges to the TIA. And I'll just show the slides that sort of describe that. And finally, after we prepared our initial response, South Florida had a few additional questions regarding some dewatering that would occur near the end of the mining that would be closest to the eastern portion of the project. So this just describes some aspects of the mining, sort of the dewatering and the model simulation. The first to the left there shows the initial dewatering sequences. The way the dewatering is going to occur is that every month they're going to be dewatering down to 15 feet. They're going to be taking the water out from the dewatering and discharge it into the temporary impoundment. So what the model simulates is what happens when you dewater, in which case it's down to 15 feet, and then you're dumping the water into the TIA. Now, groundwater flows basically downhill, so it goes from higher to lower. So what you see here is where the water is actually being dewatered, it's low, is basically a hole in the ground, and then where it's higher, it's going from higher to low. Where these lines here are closest together, that's where the water is traveling the fastest. That's because the gradient is highest. When the gradient's highest and when it's going from higher to low, that's where the water is going to flow. So what the modeling shows is that as they continue to dewater, and the water is going to continually flow primarily back into the dewatered area. And as far as the drawdown is basically the change in water level from the original or the non-stress situation. So in this case, where the water is being dewatered in the mine area, it's lower, and so you get positive drawdown. That's why you have positive values here. Because of the TIA, where you're going to be mounding water, you're going to have a pressure drive that's going to raise the water level in areas away from that. That's why to the east where you see, and to the north, you see negative values, which is actually an increase in water levels. And what you see is basically the increase off-site goes from about 6 inches right at the property boundary to about an inch or so at basically the extent, which is, I believe, is like 1,400 feet away. And that's pretty much the same situation throughout the whole dewatering period. So this just shows then one of the responses to the questions that South Florida asked about where the drawdown was going to occur and what was going to be the extent of it. It's not going? Oh, no way. Okay, so the other question that South Florida was interested in was because of historical practices, there was elevated chloride concentrations. By elevated, it means near surface was in excess of 200 milligrams per liter, which is the secondary standard for water quality. So they basically said, well, as you're moving this water around, what is the potential for that water to migrate off-site? In order to do that, we did what's called a particle tracking simulation. Basically, you put theoretical particles at a certain location, and then you see how far they move and where in a certain amount of time. And that's what, in the report, there's a whole sequence of that, but that's what's illustrated in these figures, and then Dan mentioned there. Those sort of green lines show how far and in the amount of time that's simulated, particles would move from that starting location. And basically what it shows is, because of the gradient that I mentioned, where most of the water is going to be flowing back toward the central portion of the mine where you're dewatering, because that's where the water level's the lowest, there's very limited migration either eastward and there's a little bit more northward. And it varies a little bit as the dewatering progresses. The other point is that it's not just lateral migration, a lot of it is vertical, because there's a vertical gradient too. So it's not going to just like head directly east or directly north. Most of the water is going to flow downward and further back toward the mine. The last question that was, or the last issue that was raised by the Water Management District as well as DEP, was what would the water level look like before and after the whole mining operation. So on the left, it shows the pre-mining situation. Basically, the higher, and the black lines are the water table, basically. So again, water is going to flow from the higher to low one. The values are higher from the east to the west, which then implies groundwater is going to be flowing primarily from east to west. What happens at the end of the mine, where you have a lake there, it's a similar sort of situation. The lake is basically the same water level, but you're still going to predominantly have flow from east to west. There was one other issue that came up that the Water Management District asked about was after they do the initial dewatering and they're proceeding with the mining, there's going to be short-term dewatering where they're then going to discharge the water back into the pre-existing lake. And the Water Management District was interested in what happens at the most easternmost situation because of concerns of residences to the east. And so that's what this shows here, is a dewatering on the order of about 7 to 8 days. You basically see the drawdown. In this case, it's the decrease in water level as opposed to the increase when you're discharging water into the TIA. And in this case, typically the district considers 1/10 of a foot of drawdown. Anything greater than that is 0. And so that doesn't even extend to the property boundary. The actual 0 drawdown, which applies for dewatering, barely moves off the site boundary. So the take home from that is that it's going to have no influence at all as far as on the gradient and the potential for water to flow from west to east. This just sort of summarizes the highlights from some of the from the analysis that we did. The initial dewatering sequence, where it's going to be the most significant, we'll be discharging the water into the TIA, shows that off-site the water table increases on the order of 6 inches close to the property boundary to 1 inch or so at the furthest extent of influence. The dewatering along the eastern border barely extends off-site when they're doing the limited dewatering, and the water is going back into the mined lake. There was the water quality issue. And I mentioned there's elevated chloride that results from historical agricultural practices, and because of that and concern of that, the county requested, as well as their consultant, that they limit the excavation of the rock material to 40 feet to address that concern. And then I mentioned the particle tracking simulation showed that most of the water is going to be heading back toward the dewatering effluent area. I agree, I concur with Dan's statement as far as modeling. I do modeling basically every day. Yes, all are wrong, some are useful. I believe what we provided was useful. It addressed all the concerns of the Water Management District. But I agree that because of models are basically a representation of the real world, it's prudent to perform monitoring. And there's requirements from DEP, South Florida, as well as the county. And I'm going to turn it over to Shelley, who was instrumental in developing the monitoring program.
Any questions for him before we get him? We can get you back later. But go ahead. Come on.
Hi, Shelley Day with JLA Geosciences. So I'll just take a few minutes to walk you through the proposed groundwater monitoring plan. We have a network of wells completed at various depths, mostly along the periphery of the mine, but also off-site to the east. This monitoring plan has been approved by the South Florida Water Management District, the FDEP, and reviewed and approved by county staff. There are, in addition, well, we'll be monitoring for both water levels and water quality from these wells. The Water Management District is mostly interested excuse me, in water levels and water quality during dewatering. And so for that dewatering water use permit, we'll primarily be monitoring from the wells on the eastern side of the property, wells 14, well, actually 8 through 16 there, and then also the offsite wells to the east. Those wells will be outfitted with automatic water level pressure transducers that will record water levels every 15 minutes. The data will be downloaded monthly, and then also monthly we'll be taking chloride concentrations from those wells, water quality sampling. And that will be submitted to the South Florida Water Management District on a quarterly basis. And so what they'll require is minimum and maximum water levels from each of those wells, and then also the chloride concentrations. The monitor well cluster down there, 14, 15, and 16. So each of the on-site monitoring well locations are, they're a group of wells. There'll be 3 wells at each location. We'll have a shallow monitor well that'll be about 15 feet deep. The intermediate superficial well will be between 30 and 40 feet deep. And then we also have a monitor well that will monitor the deeper superficial below the base of excavation between 45 and 55 feet. In addition to those, the monitoring that will be done for the Water Management District will also be monitoring for a number of other parameters for the DEP and also for St. Lucie County. Those will be, those parameters in that monitoring will be throughout the life of the mine, whereas the Water Management District is mostly interested in dewatering and the duration of the dewatering permit. The monitor well cluster down there in the south east, 14, 15, and 16, will be automated, hooked up to the internet for real-time accessible data. In the intermediate well there, which is kind of like the production interval for all the wells around there, that monitor well will have a CTD sensor, which is conductivity, temperature, and depth. So those will be monitored and recorded automatically. Conductivity is can be used as a proxy for salinity. So any kind of water level or water quality, changes that you get, you'll be able to see in that. We will sample. We'll be downloading those monthly and reporting quarterly to both DEP and the county. Like I said, both water levels and water quality. And that's pretty much it.
Any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
On your monitoring, what are your parameters when you would shut it down, the operation?
So for the DEP permit, what we do is 90 days prior to site work, we'll collect baseline water quality data, the first set of data, and then for 3 consecutive quarters, they'll collect water quality data. Those 4 sets of data get averaged, and they use that as the baseline water quality. If there's any exceedance of any parameter that we're monitoring for 2 consecutive quarters, then there is a requirement to do further investigation by DEP, either putting in additional wells or altering mining operations, those kinds of things.
Anybody? The 2 existing wells, are you kind of creating a baseline with those 2 wells that are already existing?
Yeah, there's actually more existing wells. So those 4, 5, 6, and 7 offsite are existing, as well as that cluster down in the southwest, 1, 2, and 3. And there's actually one well, number 8, I think, over there kind of in the middle that are all already existing. But we'll be adding additional wells at different depths.
Okay. And- I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
How long does it take the water to filter out or move that far east to, let's say, wells 4 and 5?
It's a function of the hydraulic parameters on the site. I mean, it could take years. I mean,
Well, didn't we hear earlier that the historic flow is from east to west and not
Correct.
to the east?
yes,
So,
yes.
and if you looked at the one graph that they had, they showed the squiggly lines. That's my professional opinion. But it showed how the water was flowing from east to west. Go back to that slide. It'd be-
Yes.
No, I understand that. They also showed some flow going the opposite direction because you did indicate that the water would rise at some level, so somehow water is getting over there and moving up. I guess my big concern is with the fish farm and with the monthly and quarterly reports. What are the possibilities of killing the fish between all the monitoring?
Right. So, how you were just mentioning that, some water will get over there. So basically, when you saw the increase in the water levels over there, that's not necessarily the water from the temporary impoundment area. As Paul mentioned, when you're loading that temporary impoundment area, you're raising the head in that, artificially maintaining the head in that impoundment area.
The water pressure.
Yeah, and you're putting pressure on the water below, and the water below has to go somewhere. So it's going to travel in
Which is your
direction.
more heavily concentrated saline water, correct?
Well, it's the water below, so that's ambient water that's already there,
Okay.
and it's going to travel somewhere, until it reaches a
majority.
flat gradient. So you're getting some water as traveling toward the east, but it's also slowing down the water that is coming from the east, which is why you get that increase there. But we will have, the monitoring not only from 14, 15, and 16 that are on the mine property, but there's also those wells that are further east, between the property and the fish farm.
This is more of a question for the gentleman, or maybe you can answer it, but we get professional studies all the time. Tradition is full of traffic studies, and we can see how that turned out. Not to put you on the spot too much, but how's your record with accuracy? You said you've been doing this a long time.
In this specific case, we performed the work consistent with all the requirements of the South Florida Water Management District. Okay. As far as track record, as a modeler, you tend to be conservative. And I would say the overall approach in all my modeling, and even this, tends to be conservative. Because obviously you can't know the conditions everywhere at all times. So that's a number one rule of modeling, is you tend to be conservative. To sort of answer your question too about how fast the water might move, especially in areas of concern, the answer I would say is very slow, on the order of feet per year, okay? And even if that, because except in the area where you're dewatering, where you're lowering the water level, so you're creating a strong gradient, and then during the time period where you're elevating the water in the TIA, you're also creating a higher gradient. That's when water potentially is going to flow the fastest. And as you can see from those squiggly lines, it doesn't travel very far. It travels further and faster than when you don't have that. But the normal ambient situation, the water table is basically flat. And we know that because we measured it. We didn't measure it all the time, but we did measure it, and it basically was flat. As long as the water level's flat, the groundwater is going to flow very slowly, if at all, basically.
So how would a 6-inch rain over 2 days affect the outcome? Because we've just had a couple of those
Well,
recently.
ideally, everything flows up equally, and so there's very little change. Any change you might have would be differences in the soil properties, in the rate of evapotranspiration, what sort of drainage dishes you have that might get water away. Those are all the sorts of things. To clarify a point that I believe was in Dan's presentation, where it talked about 6-inch fluctuation. It's only 6 inches fluctuation, an increase off-site during the 1-year period when they're discharging water to the TIA. Once that stops, then there should be no influence from dewatering operations, basically, because that was the reason that Water Management District asked us to do that additional analyses to look at when they're dewatering and the water is going back into the pre-existing lake, what's the extent of drawdown in that case, lowering water level, and that shows that there's basically no effect off-site. So you're not going to change the water table there. The amount of water level changes predicted as a result of the dewatering operations, if you compare that from sort of the natural fluctuation that you might see during a drought or something like that, or just flooding areas, that might be on the order of 5 to 6 feet. If it's really extreme drought, or, well, flooding, then you want to make sure you're draining the area. But the short-term dewatering effects are going to be relatively small compared to the normal climatic variation that you have.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Got a couple more.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
What is your estimate on the drainage in the area once the mine is actually completed? Is it going to help the drainage in the area, hurt it, remain the same?
I can't really speak to that. I'm not a surface water management, but I would just say you're going to have a lake out there instead of soil and water. And the lake is going to be a function of, rainfall and evapotranspiration and what the climatic conditions are. So that would be my, response to that question. But like I say, I'm not one to, a lot of the drainage is controlled by, engineering practices.
I'm going to put you on the spot on my last question.
Okay.
If you own the fish farm and you had all your money invested into it, would you have any concern with your knowledge and your tests that you have done?
Not knowing much about the fish farm, other than its distance away from the site, I can't envision any concerns, any issues.
Okay.
But again, I don't know anything about the fish farm operations. What I do know is the potential influence of the dewatering operations, what I simulated, and the likelihood. In fact, one of the things I did do was, over the 1-year period that they're dewatering and discharging into the TIA, the likely increase in water levels from that operation at the fish farm is 3 inches. They have a permit to withdraw water, which is included in the simulation that I did. Turning their pumps on, and it's just sort of an average, it's actually probably worse than that, is about, I think it was like 2 inches, basically half of what the increase would be. So in many respects, in terms of operation of any wells that they might have, it would likely improve the situation because it would raise the water. Only a couple inches, but it would offset what happens when they turn their pump on, basically. So,
Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
Nope.
No? Okay, we'll continue with your presentation, please.
And I will be as brief as I can so we can conclude. Real quickly, I just want to touch on traffic. Traffic and reclamation are two of the specific items for your consideration as part of the mining permit. Our traffic engineer, Sean McKenzie, is here to answer any specific questions that you may have, but I just want to, again, highlight and this was also in the staff report, that the total trips associated with the mine is actually less than many other uses that you could put the property to today. For example, if you just developed that 164 acres for residences, it's significantly less trips per day than that use. Another item just to highlight is where do we think these haul trucks are going to be going once they arrive at the mine. This is the image that we showed earlier with respect to the development boom in St. Lucie County. Our anticipation is that trucks, once they arrive for the day at the mine, they're basically going to be going back and forth down along Range Line Road, servicing those various projects there. Water reclamation is another element. Staff indicated that a water reclamation plan was presented. This is just a concept drawing. What it does not show is that 12-foot berm with mature landscaping that our intent is to retain after the conclusion of mining operations with the construction of the littoral shelves that's represented by that reclamation bond on the north, south, and west sides of the mine. And here's just a cross-section of that littoral shelf with the plantings that are proposed, which will certainly attract flora and fauna to the area. And then, of course, there will be that large resulting lake at the end of mining construction. Drainage, and I'm glad you asked that question, Commissioner Lee. This gives a little bit more information with respect to what the owner is presently doing to alleviate drainage in the area. With the consolidation of this 2,300 acres that you see kind of highlighted in yellow on this image, the owner has been systematically going through opening up culverts and crossings, things that were closed when it was owned by different owners, and otherwise clearing the canals to get the water flow through their property. Another item they did is to, that blue central outfall, was to construct a culvert from the Carlton roadside ditch. That is being used not only to help keep Carlton Road clear and alleviate localized flooding within that road, but then to basically convey that water west across its property. There are other potential opportunities to address drainage, and we're more than happy to work with the county on this. At the northern outfall is to construct a potential culvert there that then can convey water through the Germany Canal to the C-23 canal, as well as a southern outfall that's down closer to Glades Cutoff that can convey water through canals owned by M Ranch through their property, again to that C-23 canal. One of the other items that we've constantly been pivoting through this process to address either comments or concerns of staff as well as the community. The Hall Road, the increased berm, most recently the mining only to a depth of 40 feet. But another one is to bring on board a new mine operating partner that has a deep experience specifically within the wet mining operation. Ryan Incorporated Mining not only has a deep experience in this type of mining, but they're also a local mining company. They have their corporate offices in Deerfield Beach. And as you can see here, they have a number of mines and other operations that they maintain right here in the state of Florida and southeast Florida. Patrick Ryan, who is a principal with Ryan Incorporated Mining, is here tonight to answer any questions that you may have. I'd like to highlight that they were brought in to operate the Vulcan mine after that tragic accident that occurred. Real quickly, I'm going to go through the mining permit criteria, and I will be very, very quick so we can bring up others to speak. And one is the standards for approval of a mining permit within the St. Lucie Code. The first of which is consistency of the application of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And this is where I again highlight you to the Resolution 2023-135, where the board made the express finding. Numerous goals and policies, I won't go into each one of those, all also stated in the staff report. With the relocation of the Hall Road, no waivers or variances are being requested. With the old Hall Road, we did have some wetland waivers and the road paving waiver, and those were eliminated with the relocation of the Hall Road. The next criteria relates to effect on adjacent properties. Again, Resolution 2023-135 addressed a number of these issues, in large part because we put on extensive expert testimony with respect to noise, dust, air contaminants, vibration, and other items. All of those items, again, are included in the revised operation and maintenance plan that's incorporated into the conditions of 2023-135 and the proposed mining permit. I'd also like to highlight again that we do have our permits from FDEP South Florida with the dewatering permit with South Florida poised to be issued. I already talked about the proposed mining operation will not overburden existing drainage system. Rather, it's actually likely going to help it with the creation of a potential new stormwater basin with those littoral shelves providing pretreatment for the area. That's another opportunity that's available to the county from M Ranch. Further effect on adjacent properties, that all reasonable steps have been taken to prevent undue pollution of the surface and groundwater and to prevent undue alteration of the water table. You heard from our experts with JLA Geosciences with respect to this issue. I also turn you to, I think we are probably one of the first mines that at an outset that has in hand, as we come before you, our FDEP ERP permit for the mining operation, as well as 2 permits from South Florida Water Management District and our dewatering permit poised to be issued with your approval. I think we also may be the first mine in St. Lucie County that had a third-party peer review of our hydrogeologic analysis, which also agreed with the conclusions raised by our experts, with one caveat asking to have our mining only go to 40 feet depth, just to assure that there would be no issue with water quality, to which we agreed. The project, as you heard, has a robust monitoring plan that meets both South Florida but DEP requirements, as well as St. Lucie County. These monitoring wells are located both east and west of the mine, as well as on the east side of Carlton Road. That the proposed mining operation will be arranged and conducted so as to not interfere unreasonably with the development and use of neighboring property. Another express finding that was made by the County Commission as part of the conditional use permit. And here I turn you to the enhanced buffering that's provided along Carlton Road and the relocated Hall Road as well. Effect on the transportation system. Again, I've listed the host of improvements that we're doing to Glades Cutoff, the flashing signage within Glades Cutoff, the improvements that also support St. Lucie's schools with the bus shelter south of the mine entrance, as well as the funding for signage near Alafata Flats School, and most notably the relocated Hall Road. And the reclamation plan, again, meets all the requirements, not only of the county, but the FDEP and our reclamation bond. And I apologize, this appears to be an older one because that amount has been changed. And I believe, yep, I'm into the site plan review. So at this point, I am poised to conclude my presentation. As you know, this application is probably 2 to 3 years in the making here at the county. I hope you all appreciate that we have listened to staff, we have listened to the residents, and constantly adapting our application to make it really the best project that we can. We look forward, M Ranch looks forward to continuing its stewardship for the agricultural community by retaining the majority of the M Ranch in traditional agricultural operations for years to come, and respectfully request the board's favorable consideration. This time it concludes my comments. I would like to reserve just a little bit of time if need be after the public hearing, and I thank you for your time.
And before you run, any other questions? I have a few. So early on in your presentation, you said that you had an original, or the property had an original FDEP permit for over 800 acres, or 900 acres.
964. It was formerly known as the Dickerson Mine.
And so you are reducing it to less than 10%?
We're reducing it to 164 acres with 80 acres of active mining.
On the bus route scenario, the governor recently passed a new legislation to move the hours in which school starts and stops. The hours of operation were from 7 a.m. till 6 p.m., I believe. I didn't write it down. But will is there consideration of moving the times of the truck hauling to not impede the bus activity?
Well, the actual mining operations, I believe, are from 7 to 6. The hauling hours of operation are from 8 to 5, I want to say. It's a shorter time period. And the revised operation and maintenance plan does provide, as well as I believe a condition of the approval for both the mining permit and the conditional use, that we will adapt the mining operations if needed, if school safety concerns arise.
Yeah, that's very important over there. We've got Alafata Flats nearby.
Mm-hmm.
And you said there were at least 3 different hydraulic studies that were reviewed, peer-reviewed. You had yours.
There was a single hydrogeologic study that was prepared. It was reviewed by South Florida Water Management District, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, St. Lucie County staff, as well as the St. Lucie County's third-party peer review, Geosyntec. Through the course of those reviews, particularly South Florida and FDEP, there were additional elements that they wanted us to analyze, one of which was mentioned by Mr. Stout, which was the dewatering when it got the closest to the residences to the east to assure that there was no drawdown issues. Another item that was looked at was to look at the actual gradient below grade to kind of help get a better idea, and that's, to confirm that the water below grade is flowing east to west, that the gradient is higher to the east and lower to the west. So there's various aspects as they reviewed some additional information, which we responded to, and which still led to the issuance of the permits and the positive reviews at the end.
Okay. And I may have missed it, but I think I have 12 general permit conditions and then 34 additional permit or conditions that have been placed upon from our conversations here at the last hearing, and then our staff, and then South Florida. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's the county itself has in their mining permit both general and specific conditions. That's similar to the regulatory agencies as well. Some of the conditions in the mining permit and the site plan, which has not come before you, do mirror conditions that were in the conditional use, and there's obviously new conditions as well. All of those conditions, as the applicant, we agree to.
And did I understand when you started out early on, you talked about the current agricultural operations and the willingness of the applicant to stay in agriculture, and as part of that, this mining operation would help to support staying in agriculture? Is that what I understood?
Yes, as you can probably appreciate, traditional agriculture, it can ebb and flow. It's a challenging business at best. And the approval of the mine helps to provide the ability to maintain those ag operations long term and actually potentially expand them even further west.
Okay, and then I thought I heard you say too that the property combined is about 2,300 acres?
Presently, yes, it's over 2,300 acres total.
And I don't expect you to know the answer, but how many houses could be put on 2,300 acres?
Oh, goodness, let me see.
And the reason why I ask is because, it's currently an issue here in the county with the hyper growth that we have in the Port St. Lucie area. And so what I've heard from my colleagues up here often is, let's try and keep ag in ag.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing that that's what this applicant wants to do, so
Correct.
if you could.
The intent here is they want to keep the remaining acreage truly in ag. They have active agricultural operations that we represented at the beginning of our presentation. And I believe I believe this may be, and I just need somebody to correct me if I'm wrong, that the total number of homes under the present zoning could be close to 6,000, if not more, because of the 2,300 acres. Is that fair? I'm trying.
It's a lot.
I'll defer to Corey.
Chairman Zadowski, members of the board, under the Agricultural 5 zoning district, which allows for one dwelling unit per 5 acres, my calculations come to 460 dwelling units. Under the district, you would have the allowance for a guest home per property, amongst a wide array of agricultural uses, some that are agriculturally exempt where they can operate and conduct business on the property without any local county regulations.
Okay, and I'm not sure where it is in the presentation. You probably have to go back a ways. And one of the shots was an aerial shot of the proposed mine entrance, the hull entrance and exit. It looked, I don't know if it was a lake or if it was somebody could roll back the.
I'll see if I can go back to.
Oh, that might up. Let's see
Yeah,
if
I'm
that
trying
was
to.
it. Let's see if that was it.
This. There. Is that it, sir?
No, it's a full drawback. Go slow.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, right there. Oh,
Okay.
right there.
There we go.
Okay, so you were saying you got Oak Ridge Ranch in the brown to the north, correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
In the brown, you have future developments.
Correct.
Right.
I believe the large orange area that you see immediately to the east is the Oak Ridge development that's being proposed.
Yeah. And so now you come down to the site location and you have the blue star, the hull Road.
That's
and-
the entrance to the to M Ranch for off
And
of
so
Glades
for the
Cutoff.
public's sake, what is that large square that looks like a lake?
Across the road to the southeast.
Yes.
That's the old. I'm being told the old. I guess McCarty mine from.
McCarty Ranch mine.
Right. That's now just a
Okay,
lake.
so in essence, there's already been mining in the area.
Yes,
I
I mean,
didn't know what that
the
was
mine
exactly.
is a conditional use in the Ag 5. A conditional use is basically means the use is permitted, but it has other concerns that they want to make sure that you've mitigated for. That's inherently what a conditional use is. It's a use that is allowed, but requires some extra review.
Okay. And when we do these development approvals for our tax abatement components, where we try to bring industry and intermodal distribution and so on and so forth, we do tax abatement for different companies to bring their corporations here and create jobs. Does this mine create jobs today or in the future? Number one. What would be the outcome of keeping agriculture and however many people work in the agricultural component of this particular property?
Certainly the mine will bring jobs, to be sure. The people that are actually working the mine, working the office, the ticketing office, and other aspects of the mine. One of the main positives that I see from the mine is that right now you have, there's several other mines in St. Lucie County, some of them like the Caffron, the Stewart mine, which is very far away from where the development is occurring. And right now you have those trucks going up and down Glades Cutoff Road and other county infrastructure. With the approval of the mine tonight, it actually brings it in much, much closer proximity, taking kind of that traffic off of the other roads, the traffic that people often have an issue with coming up and down Glades Cutoff from the Turnpike and 95. But with respect to jobs, there's definitely going to be a positive economic impact from the standpoint that it will be a job creator. It's not significant. It's not like it's a large corporate office or anything like that. But there's other benefits that flow from it by bringing that necessary infrastructure in close proximity to the need.
Okay. You mentioned the Stewart mine. That miner actually has a voluntary contribution for our environmental concerns in St. Lucie County. Is that something you're considering?
Yes, that was actually one of the conditions of approval in the conditional use and is also included as a condition of the mining permit as well. I believe it's 5 cents per ton of material excavated from the mine.
I have one more, but I can't remember what it is. We'll go from there. I'm sure
Certainly.
I'll remember in a minute. All right.
Commissioner Vosky, one issue with that the voluntary contribution, we have not identified what fund that would go into. That's really up to the board to decide. Like you mentioned, the Stewart mine, that fund goes into the ERD fund for environmental purposes. But you guys could decide to do the same thing here, or you could decide to put it into the transportation fund. So that's totally up to the board.
That's a good plug for your transportation fund. See how we did that? See how we did that? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. It's my understanding that there'll be a number of folks who are going to want to present, and I'll let staff organize, give you a few minutes to do that as to who's coming up first and so on and so forth. But in the meantime, before we open up public comment, why don't we go ahead and do our disclosures? This item's been before us several times, but we do need to report and repeat our disclosures. And Commissioner Lee, we'll let you go first.
Applicant and staff.
Jamie?
Applicant, staff, Mr. Pruitt, representatives from Holland and Knight, Christopher McVoy, and residents, various residents.
Commissioner Bartz?
Staff, the applicant, agents for the applicant, and residents, other members of the community, including some emails from some of the residents.
Thank you. And I have been talking to Mr. and Mrs. Schoen, Jamie Joseph, other members of the community, including legal representatives. emails sent to and for the record, as well as letters. The applicant, the property owner of M Ranch, Anthony Mastriani, representatives of CapTech, Joseph Capra, Ken Pruitt, P5 Group, the Holland and Knight Group, Ron Klein, Frida Poisson, Stacy Ranieri, Jonah Latta, and Joyce Ryan. Those are mine for today. That being said, we'll go ahead now and open up the public portion for the hearing. Is there someone who would like to go first that has a presentation so we can put those out first? I understand there's 3 that have a presentation. Anybody?
Is this on the mine?
Yes.
Yep.
Good evening, sir. If you let us know who you are for the record.
Say again?
Would you let us know who you are for the record?
My name's Chester Newcomb. I'm looking at this this permit that they want. They want to do this for 10 years and haul 96 trucks a day. They say they're not going to go up and down Carlton Road. I don't know who's going to be buying this fill, but right now trucks are going up and down Carlton Road. I've got a big pothole in front of my place. I don't see how 96 trucks going up and down Glades Cutoff is going to do anybody any good, including the school. And this mine, they've got so many acres, maybe it ought to be moved out west, not so close to Carlton Road, where we're going to get coquina dust and or whatever else, which is no good for people or animals or anything. I don't know. How are these trucks going to go north and south? They're going to go all the way down to Glades Cutoff and then cut over and go back to 60 to go north?
Well, we have your question, and when the applicant comes back, they can answer that directly so that you get it right from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Okay.
Is that okay?
10 years with 96 trucks a day, I mean, it's almost ridiculous, and they're not taking in this community. They're going to lower property values. I mean, it's a disaster from our end. I mean, granted, these people here are going to make a lot of money. They've already got a lot of money. They can move their mind out west, move it farther out west where it's not going to bother the community.
Can I ask you a question? Did you live out here whenever citrus was booming and we had the citrus haulers during
No.
the harvest? No, you weren't
No.
here? Okay, all right. Because it was a similar type of situation back then, only during harvest time, but nonetheless. So, that's what I just said. Thank you. All right. I just want to ask, it's my understanding that some of you who are in the public that want to speak have presentations on our system. Is that incorrect? You do? Okay. Is there anybody else? So, Mr. Schoen, I just want to have my staff understand that you're going to make your presentation, so when I call you, when you come up, they'll be able to have it ready for you. I'm just trying to give them a heads up. Well, no, you don't have to go right now. That's okay. Okay, I just want to make sure we're ready for you. Okay. Good evening, sir. Please let us know who you
Hello,
are.
good evening. My name is Ernie Carnahan. I live at Carlton Road in Glades Cutoff. I've resided out there for over 40 years. A coquina mine is not compatible with our ag zoning. Our property has been devalued with the rumor of this proposed mine. Currently, nobody can sell their real estate. I've had mine listed with 2 real estate agents. Not one person showed up. Real estate on Glades Cutoff or Carlton. I am within 500 feet of the proposed mine. The proposed pit will be 50 feet deep. The water will be displaced during the rainy season or during the hurricane. Our ditches on Carlton Road are overflowing. I'm a flight instructor. I've flown up and down the roads during rainy seasons and after hurricanes. People on Carlton Road, I've seen where they park in the road, they take a flat bottom boat to get to their mobile home or to their house. Okay, continuing on. During the rainy season, the hurricane and the ditches on Carlton Road are overflowing. Pumping water out of the pit will exacerbate our drainage situation. Also, the rainy season, they will have pumps running 24/7. The neighbors can anticipate many sleepless nights due to the noise. The berm, I don't think, is going to stop the noise. During the rainy season, those pumps will be running constantly. People that live close to that are going to hear those pumps running. The change in time, the mine will be lit up early mornings. We'll have to deal with this new lighting system. Glades Cutoff, the speed is 50 miles per hour. Of course, we know all the dump trucks out there, they exceed the speed limit. Carlton Road is 35 miles per hour. The truck drivers normally show up early to get in line. Like I said, I've lived out there for over 40 years. When Florida Rock was there, they would come out there at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, lining up the scales. They would get on the scales early. The lights were on. It was terrible. When Florida Rock was in operation, they were right at the intersection, which the indication they showed the pit there, that was Florida Rock, that they said was McCarty Lake. That used to be Florida Rock. I've lived there when Florida Rock was in existence. We have no fire hydrants. This is very important in our area. When emergency vehicles are needed, they will need to deal with the new traffic of dump trucks on 2 lanes of road, no shoulders. When these trucks are heavily loaded, they can't even, there's no place to even pull off the road. With the proposed new traffic, it puts us in a perilous situation. The ER and trauma doctors talk about the golden hour. When people are dying, time is of essence. Okay, so they got to deal with all these emergency vehicles. Plus, there's nothing close to us. It's probably 30 to 40 minutes to drive from Midway to where we live at. Now you got to deal with all these dump trucks. Where are they going to go? Are they going to yield to these people? Again, they can't pull off the road, heavily loaded with coquina rock. The proposed mine will have a detrimental effect on our aquifer. Also, there will be a negative effect on our wells. When Florida Rock was in existence at Glades Cutoff and Carlton Road, they were extracting coquina rock. I live at the intersection. We had 3 wells go dry because of that. The heavy equipment, the vibration, the dump trucks going up and down the road. And when you mess with the aquifer, it's going to affect us. It's going to be detrimental. 50 foot, you go down, just common sense. I hear these are paid expert witnesses, okay? They got paid massive sums of money to say what they are saying. I'm talking from experience. I've been out there for 45 years. When Florida Rock was there, Glades Cutoff, all the trees were covered with white powder from that coquina powder. It was really, really bad. And I had to replace those wells out of pocket. Nobody paid for that. County didn't pay for it. Florida Rock did not pay for it. Okay, covered that. Okay, our way of life will be severely impacted if we are deprived of our water supply. Do we have recourse with the county? I know supposedly there's going to be money set up in escrow, but debating that, having to prove that this new mine caused our wells to freeze. Okay, I'll be real quick and finish. The crushed rock and white powder will be blown off of trucks. I've seen this in windy condition. I know I hear it's a wet mine, and it is carcinogenic, toxic for people to breathe and livestock. Vulcan Mine on Rangeline Road, which is in St. Lucie County, just got a 10-year extension on their permit. It is our understanding that they can provide all the coquina rock that is needed by St. Lucie County. Also, if you recall, about 2 years ago, a person was killed there on a drag line that slid into the pit. One quick page here, and I'll be done, sir. A few years back, the county commissioners denied the request of Dickerson to start a coquina mine at the same location this applicant is requesting. Our area is populated. It is the wrong location for this type of an operation. This should be located in an area that is uninhabited. The reasons are innumerable why this should not come to fruition. Please be considerate of the homeowners. Vote no to this request. Thank you.
Thank you. So those questions, just for the applicant, you'll answer those questions when you come, okay. And I am the chair of the fire district, so you mentioned a couple of things I'll share. There aren't any fire hydrants, but St. Lucie County fire district has taken great pains to actually create a number of tenders to actually create the water opportunity on any fire area in rural areas. And also, we also operate our helicopter with EMTs and paramedics that actually can fly to a location such as that, that's a quicker response. As the chair of the fire department, I thought I could share that with you. All right, here we come, Mr. Schoen. Good to see you.
Mr. IT is going to help me with this. I hope it works.
Okay, all right.
What am I pressing? And then I'll introduce it.
This one goes back.
Okay, and I have a video. I just keep pressing and it'll move the video. There's a video in this.
Actually, why don't you give it to
Wait,
him
just-
and then tell
first
him
of all-
next slide. That way
I'm
he
sorry?
can, why don't you give him the clicker and then you can tell him next slide and that way he
But
can
there's a
operate.
video within the slides. That's what I'm just concerned
Okay,
about. You can do that? Okay,
there
cool.
you go.
Mr. Chair, board members, my name is Kathy Dewan Schoen. I live at 9338 Carlton Road. And before I start, I've been aware of this proposition for 3 years, and I am really glad that we're coming to an end of that. And I also know that there's not a snowball's chance in hell that this thing isn't going to pass. However, I put this slide together, and if we could, it was actually a while ago, on wet mining. And, you know, this is a video, if you can get that going. You know, we've been looking at all these pictures. They're clean, you know, they're square, and I just thought it might be nice. You may not like it, but I just got some video off of the mine education and training people. This is wet mining. Look at the size of this equipment. This is not a small situation. This is a big situation. You're talking about having 50 feet. Do you know how big 50 feet is? This is what we're saying is okay. I don't doubt it's not going. I know it's going, but there are certain things that I think we have to really be aware of and understand that this is what we're approving. This is what's going to be okay to be across the street from people who have horses, that have their homes, that have bought these homes with the idea that they don't have 100 or 320 acres, they have 20 acres, 10 acres, but they don't that's what they've got. But look at the amount of water. Would you move that forward a little bit? Because otherwise I'm going to use so much time and you're going to throw me away. I don't want that to happen because I want to finish my story. This is a lot of water. Big. We're going to have white sound. How much sound has to cover white sound so you don't have to hear white sound? So because white sound is noisy. So who's going to monitor that? Who's going to really say, okay, that's enough noise? I don't know. You know, I don't know. I just know the potential for an issue is there, and it's true. This is wet mining. It's not pretty. It's not clean. This guy here, can you move it forward just a little bit faster? I just wanted to see this. He's dipping down. Oh no, same video. Sorry. He's dipping down. He's getting that silica coming down. I think that's pretty interesting. That's going back in the water. But coming out, you know, it's wet mining here. Things are damp. You guys have been in Florida long enough to know that it doesn't matter how much damp things are. Once you start hitting the sun in this area, it stays wet. My question is, who's going to be enforcing that this is going to be kept wet? Look at the size of this. This isn't little stuff. This is big stuff. Look it. And you're going to tell me this isn't going to happen here? It's going to happen here. If they're talking about 50 feet, that's 50 feet. Let's go to the very end. Let's go to the next slide, because I'm tired of looking at these guys. This is a sign that's out of the Florida Rock mine. This is a reclamation area that was done. And then we did have a neighbor that has a plane and flew over it. And essentially, the reason they only can have rigid hull watercraft is because all of the rocks jut up. So that it's fine to say we're going to have a pretty lake, but just understand that there's a question of trust. And if in fact the mine is gone, are we going to have this again? Just know this is actually now from a reclamated area that was Florida rock. Can we go to the next one, please? We're going to skip that because I don't want to deal with that now. Okay, this is, can you turn that? That's a video. Or it should be a video. No? All right, keep going then, please. There it is. It sounds quiet. It's really noisy. I was making noise. Essentially, these are the times of trucks. Now, the trucks have the white sound on their reverse, but not on their focal. So you're talking about 7, 8 decibels, and this is a street, see, it's 5 decibels. So 7 or 8 decibels noise, right? That's done, it's not just like 2 points higher, it's done, tell me the word, anyway, it's 10 times higher each time. So that this is what we're going to have on our streets. And there's a couple of things that I wanted to know about, and I thought was interesting, was the whole idea of if in fact they don't, or the mine does not comply, and we have the trucks on Carlton Road or whatever, which is also a question, is that they're only going to have to pay $250 a day, a fine, or $100 a day until it's corrected. I want to tell you honestly, I had had to deal with the EPA at one point in time, and they told me they would have sued me between $10 a day to $1,000 a day if I didn't put rocks around my pond, or my what do you call it? $100 a day is an insult. This doesn't mean anything to people with this kind of money. If in fact you want it enforced, I really think that should be a consideration to pretty much raise that a little bit. The other thing that I find is a little concerning is I love the idea that there's an insurance policy and that there's a bond, and I think that's great. I'm not clear, and I may have missed it, but I don't see anything that really talks about the timetable for the neighbors to be able to say, and we have a problem, we need to have this fixed. To just turn it over to the insurance company doesn't make a lot of sense. Protects the mine, good thing. I don't see that it protects the people that have their wells there. It feels like there should be a process, a timetable where people who live there that depend on their water know that in 2 days, if I call somebody, I'll have somebody here. To wait a quarter or 2 quarters to determine whether or not there's a problem with the water makes no sense. You're talking about our lives out there. Water is our life. And in fact, it's going to go. You guys have won. You've done a great job. And I will say very honestly, there has been an effort. But I think honestly there's some refinement that needs to be done to ensure that the people who live in that area are protected. The trucking is something that there are people driving trailer trucks. I saw 2 trailer trucks today. One stayed over to the side so the other one could pass on Carlton Road. The sheriffs did put out a speeding thing, which was nice, didn't stop any of the trucks. We've got heavy-duty trucks going. I saw a 50-foot truck come through. I'm sorry.
You have more time. I'll give you a little more time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is that if the mine does not own those trucks, what right do they have to tell those trucks they can't go on Carlton Road? I don't think they do. And who's going to enforce that? Who is going to enforce that? The sheriff can't enforce it. I called code enforcement. Code enforcement told me it's sheriffs. Call the sheriffs. The sheriff doesn't have the personnel. And we've had this conversation before, and we've been told that the ag sheriff can do it. They have 2 men out there doing ag sheriff. If you're going to do it, I really think the mine should pay for a position for somebody to come and make sure that the traffic is done the way it's supposed to be. You're talking about heavy-duty, dirty trucks. And it's bad enough we've got the mine, now you've got the trucks. And the trucks started increasing when the solar farm came in, because the truck drivers got to understand it's a shortcut, and it is a shortcut. And it's not going to stop being a shortcut because they're going to use it. And to say that, oh, they're just going to go nice up and down, truckers are not going to waste their time taking a long way around if they can go to short wave. And if nobody's going to enforce it, they're going to do it. And if these trucks are not owned by that mine may give them a little something, $100 fine a day, it doesn't matter. It's like overhead to these people. I think that's all. I think it does. Thank you for
You
tolerating
did very
me.
well.
Thank
you. All right, we are in public comment for the hearing. Mrs. Joseph, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Josephs, and I live in the 10,000 block of Carlton Road. This hearing requires Amaranch Resources to have fulfilled all conditional use items listed in their permit resolution, as well as all the county ordinances. Due to the recent documents submitted and changes to the financial conditions in the resolution, there hasn't been ample time for the review, response, and the agreement by all parties that will be affected. At the October 5th, 2023 public hearing, Commissioner Chris Dezadovsky stated the following in regards to the hydrogeological analysis and the review of the concerned parties. Quote, I really want them to have an opportunity to review the plan, the hydrology report rather, so they have a chance well in advance of whenever you come back in the mining permit, because that's going to be critical for the decision makers up here, and it's going to be critical for the success of the proposed project, end quote. I want to thank the commissioners for requiring the conditions that involve the water. I currently own a longstanding freshwater tropical fish farm here in Port St. Lucie that requires a certain quality and quantity of water. Freshwater fish farming is a fragile industry, and because of our need for water without a high salinity and enough in the ground for over 40 ponds to grow fish, water table ponds, it is essential that we are able to maintain our quantity and quality of water that we've had for the last 20 years. A mining operation near a fish farm has historically shown the coexistence of both industries to be impossible. Impossible. I previously submitted a letter from Steve Groff of the failed farm, Groff Tropical Fish, who stated, quote, briefly our experience after several committee meetings and explanations from the mine operators that their test wells and best management practices would offset any negative impact on the groundwater levels within the projected impact area were not correct. We ultimately stopped production and went out of business, end quote. As I mentioned in my last public comment, I came across a second business that cannot keep water in their ponds. You have the paperwork. I had emailed Senator Erin Grall's office, and her aide responded after reaching out to South Florida Water Management. The district did a permitting search and told the aide that they had found an aquaculture project in Collier County that was running successfully with 2 mines around it. In an effort to find out more, I reached out to the Florida Department of Aquaculture to obtain their certification history and their notes that were taken on required site visits, like we all have, by that department. Unfortunately, the water district was greatly mistaken. Unbeknownst to them, the farm has a mere 8 water table ponds that, according to the notes, they can't seem to keep any water in. The notes date back to 2006. And there are several years where issues were cited concerning lack of water. One year, the farm didn't even have sales. It is my opinion in reading the notes that the operation is more of a nursery and not comparable to our fish farm, even though they have fish farming activity. I submitted the information to South Florida, who was appreciative to learn that there isn't one permitted fish farm they could find that was successful in close proximity to a mine. Not one. With no historical evidence, modeling the water issues is merely a prediction, as you heard, of what might happen and does not guarantee the outcome. Are you really willing to vote on a prediction that my family farm, where my husband and I provide a living for our children, will survive in light of these historical failures? Do you know that one single event of drawdown in our ponds could kill all of our saleable fish, as well as our upcoming breed stock? Even a little in high temperatures can cook them, even a little drawdown. Are you aware that an increase in the salinity in the water could wipe out everything we have at a freshwater farm? It only has to happen once. One mistake by the mine, one bad call, one failure of mitigation when a storm arrives or a drought occurs, one accident. I want to bring 2 issues to light today. First, the bonds for our farm and the wells of those within 1,400 feet. As you've heard, there will be no bond posted, but the applicant has pledged to take out liability insurance. I believe this is a better option, and the scope of the insurance for our farm seems very reasonable. Unfortunately, there are pitfalls of an insurance policy that must be addressed. What happens in the interim of an issue arising and the claims process? There's no emergency plan should we see an issue that could result in total destruction. We'll have to wait for the claims process to weigh out. some may have to wait for potable water. Secondly, we realized in our private meeting that took place here at the county with county staff, our lawyer, our hydrologist, and the M Ranch lawyer team that it was made very clear that we would have to prove our issues were coming from the mine and not somewhere else when we wanted to be made whole. I'm almost done.
You have time.
In an effort to be thorough, our expert hydrologist, who you'll hear from, Dr. Chris McVoy, met with their hydro team, JLA, who knows nothing about our farm, as they've said, and Chris worked on a plan that will ensure we see that the issue is coming from the mine. However, the final hydrogeological impact analysis and monitoring plan had only been submitted by M Ranch team on August 28th, the final one. We have had a month, a little over a month, to this meeting to respond. The M Ranch team has had an entire year from the conditional use hearing. It is pertinent that M Ranch agrees to this plan, as it will be both good for them and us to know where the issues begin. Dr. McVoy will speak on this tonight. I urge you to listen as intently to him as you've had to the multitude of folks behind me. Please make your decision tonight with full confidence that my farm will survive. Ask yourselves if they've really proven beyond a reason of a doubt there'll be no undue adverse effect upon my nearby property, or is this just a prediction? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are under public comment.
If I could ask that the applicant's presentation, the monitoring plan be brought up, and I believe it's their last slide of the monitoring one. That's the only thing I need.
Can you tell us who you are?
Dr. Christopher McVoy, 1514 15th Avenue North, Lake Worth Beach. For the record, just a little background. My PhD is in hydrology, soil physics from Cornell. My master's degree is in the same from the University of Florida, and a biology degree from Cornell before that. I was 15 years at the South Florida Water Management District, worked on Everglades restoration, both at the policy level and field instrumentation, field measurement. Could you bring up the stuff that's on the chair there? I might have a use for that. So I'm going to stay very strictly on the area of hydrology. And I think some of the comments that have been, or the presentations that have been made earlier, I'm not going to say anything about noise, dust, any of that stuff. That's not my thing. I think you have in front of you the previous speakers, unbeknownst to me, because I didn't know what they were going to present, actually laid it out really clearly. And I'm also, on my other life, I'm a city commissioner, and I've been for over a decade. I understand the situation that you're in, which is one that you have a lot of technical information presented to you, pros, cons, etc., and you are not technical people. Nobody expects you to be hydrologists or specialists in all these areas. And you have to make some sort of reasonable decision that both allows new businesses that are reasonable to occur and protects existing residents and existing businesses. And that's a big challenge for folks who are not specialists in these things. What I'm going to suggest to you is that the way to think about this is really, it's along the line of some of the questions that Commissioner Leet asked. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And that some have referred to. It's basically what's in front of you is a risk analysis. What is the risk to, in my case, I'm mostly concerned, because that's what I'm most familiar with the fish farm. As pointed out, it's a freshwater fish farm, not a saltwater fish farm. Very sensitive to chemicals in the water, basically conductivity, chlorides, however you want to measure it. And it's certainly sensitive to water levels. They're groundwater ponds that vary with the groundwater. As mentioned, they're sensitive not just, obviously, if you dry out the pond, fish don't like it in air, they're dead. And the hitch to the business, as I understand it, is once you hit one of those bad events, the business is out of business for a very long time and probably indefinitely. And that's probably why Ms. Josephs referred to that if you look at other fish farms around Florida, near mines, it hasn't gone well for them. And so coming back to the risk analysis, the deal here is to make this work, for you to make a comfortable decision that you can go home and feel good about, you basically need to protect 4 entities. 1, obviously the fish farm. 2, the insurance company. As it was alluded to, if the fish farm says, hey, we have a problem, the insurance company is going to say, well, that's nice, but I don't think the mining company caused it, so sorry, you're out of luck. You need to protect the insurance company from false positives. Suppose something else happens in St. Lucie County that causes a problem with the fish farm, and it has nothing to do with the mine. That's why you have to protect the mine as well. The 4th entity to protect is yourselves, because you have a moral responsibility, if you will, or an elected responsibility, to try to do your best to protect all parties involved. So what I'm going to argue, the 2 or 3 page, 4 page monitoring plan that you have in front of you is actually, it's pretty low key. It's actually very similar to the monitoring plan with much more research and support and so on presented by JLA. Let me quickly go through the identicals. 2-inch monitoring wells, 2 depths. They actually ask for 3 depths. I think 2 might be sufficient. I don't mind having 3, but I don't think you need them. Measuring water level, measuring specific conductivity. That's a measure of the salt in the water. Above ground stick-up and locking, protective lock cover to keep the wells secure. I forgot to put that in. I'm totally on board with it. Do all the wells in accordance with FDOP best practices, of course. Put electronic pressure transducers, one of those, into the well. Record at 15-minute intervals. You heard that go by from Shelley. Real-time internet accessible data. That means you got one of these, you've got a data logger and a thing about the size of your modem at home or a little smaller that shifts that stuff up on a cell phone up to the internet. Make it read-only data so that nobody can come in and say, well, we'll fix that data. The insurance company isn't going to like that. So you do, login credentials for it. Now, here's some of the pieces. What you really need for you all to feel comfortable that you're protecting all 4 of those entities, the fish farm, the mine, the insurance company, and yourselves, what you need is basically an early warning detection system, something that lets you know, or all the people who need to know, unequivocally that a problem is coming from the mine, or alternatively, something that's happening at the fish farm, in fact, is happening at all of the area wells and has nothing to do with the mine, because that could happen also. That something else, some other activity could go along, or a climate activity could come along, or a weather event, and it's not fair to blame the mine if it's not coming from them. So what you need is something that has sequence to it, that says closest to the mine, I'm seeing something happen. A little further from the mine, on the way toward the fish farm, shows up a little bit later. Another monitoring point, a little closer to the fish farm, well, that showed up a little bit later. By the time you've got 2 or 3 or 4 of these things, and you're seeing the same event, whether it's water stage going up or down, or whether it's a water chemistry issue, if it's moving out from the mine toward the fish farm, that gives you unambiguous evidence that that's where it came from. And probably all parties in the room would agree that. What happens if, and that's where the essence of my suggested monitoring plan, if you look down in the corner there, about where the 0 on the scale, that between the 0 and the 500 is about where the fish ponds are. You can't see them because it's underneath the legend. Yeah. Those 2 ponds are just storage. Those aren't actually fish ponds. But you'll see that distance to the mine is very close, 2,300 feet, less than a half a mile. What I'm suggesting is simply expand the monitoring plan a little bit by having a sequence of wells that go from the mine toward the fish farm. And you've already got 2 sets of them in the cluster at 14, 15, 16. 7 and 6 gives you the first 2. They're in about the same location that I suggested before I looked at that. But you need a couple more in that sequence. And the other piece that you've got to have that the lady referred to who had the presentation is, if I'm trying to think of a good example, if I look for something every month, but those activities happen and they last for an hour, looking once a month, the chances that I get that 1 hour activity of a problem are very small. the GLA folks mentioned do 15-minute monitoring. It costs nothing to measure at 15 minutes versus measure once a day. What is the big difference is if you're going to come and manually monitor it, then you got to send somebody out. Don't do that. All of this stuff can be instrumented very easily. This is $1,000 for a pressure transducer, conductivity sensor is about the same. Data logger is a couple $1,000. Put a sequence of wells, monitor them 15 minutes, moves the data up to the internet. The reason for that is this stuff is not foolproof. Just like models are a prediction, it's not proving anything. And the modelers would tell you, no, we can't prove what will happen. We can just say, under the conditions we investigated, it looks pretty good. The reason you do 15-minute and move it up to the internet right away is as soon as a sensor goes out, you know that, and somebody can go out and swap it out and put in a new one. Not that you get to the end of the month and say, oh, shoot, that thing went out the day after I was out there last, and now I don't have any data on that stretch. And it's cheap to do. It's cheap insurance. So my suggestion to you is to add a condition to your approval simply to do a sequence of wells. Does it have to be 8? Could it be 6? Probably would be fine. In a linear order between the mine and the fish farm, instrument them 15-minute, internet accessible, all the same things of restricted access and so on and so forth. And now you've got insurance that is unambiguous because, as I mentioned, if something is happening regionally, it will show up at the same time in all 6 or 8 of those wells. And you'll know, and the mine will be able to say, and the insurance company will be able to say, look, that's not us. Something happened, but it's not us. Or if it starts showing up sequentially, I think everybody will agree, okay, that is them. And the hitch with the fish farm is they need a lot of advance warning. If something is going south and it's moving its way east, somebody needs to do something quickly, whether it's the fish farm getting the bond or the insurance, or whether it's the mining changing practices, or who knows what in between. You need advance time to do that. And I know you heard, and I saw it also, that the current gradient is east to west. On the face of it, hey, there's no problem, any problems, salinity, stages, whatever, are going to go to the west. Yes, but we're very flat here, as was mentioned. Suppose you have a rainstorm that's big. They tend to be fairly small. They don't tend to be big areas that we get. So ideally, yes, everything happens at the same time. In practice, that's not the case. We see what happened with Helene in North Carolina. Unexpected things can happen. That's why you do the monitoring. So in my opinion, doing this, something along the line of what I've suggested, would be very cheap insurance and gives everybody a much higher comfort level to deal with this problem. Thank you.
Mr. Boyd, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
You talked about natural occurrences and so on and so forth. I'm not familiar how deep the wells are for the, not the wells, but the lakes are for the fish farm. But in a drought, what happens with a drought if it's a shallow lake? Say it's 15 feet or 20 feet.
I would defer on that one to the fish farm because
from
not
a
the fish farm.
hydrology standpoint, I'm not an expert by any means, but
knowing the JLA folks Paul referred to, I think you call them the squiggly lines, the hydrographs.
They look like
we call them
topographical,
squiggly lines
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
I believe the swing was on the order. I heard 5. That sounded a little high to me, but if that was what it was, I don't remember looking at it right now. There is variability. I'm guessing that most of it they make up for by pumping.
So I was going to ask that question. After the mine is mined, there's water in this lake. Does that provide pressure on the actual groundwater to maintain it at a certain level? Does that not help in a situation that a natural drought would occur?
At that distance, I would say that's small.
That was my other question, because you said you were...
The amount of water is not likely to do much.
Yeah, so my question, because you said you were in South Florida, and we had a situation with a development, a Ravinia housing development off of Midway Road, and the neighbors nearby were concerned that they were digging the stormwater lakes, and they were digging them to 14 or 15 feet. And so I had suggested to the residents around there is to talk to South Florida Water Management District, because they'll take a look at the hydrology report for those conditions. the neighbors were afraid that their wells were going to dry out because they were digging the lakes down to 14 or 15 feet. So as part of that, there was a process known as the cone of influence. So in the cone of influence, from where this mine is located to where the actual fish farm is, I thought you said 2,300 feet?
The distance between the eastern edge of the mine and the fish farm is about 2,300.
So would you say that the operation here is in the cone of influence, or would you say that that's...
Cone of influence is assuming very well-behaved aquifers, that you don't have anything squirrely going on, that you aren't doing anything in the mining process that could change some of your aquifer properties. I would guess, in most cases, that the chances of problems happening aren't great. I would agree with that. However, that's where I would say do the cheap insurance, because the effect of a problem, whether it's up or down mostly down on the water level or the chemistry, is a big deal for the farm, puts it out of business. So a relatively small investment in simply extending the set of monitoring wells is not a major expense for the mining company, but it provides a lot of security for the mining company, as well as for the insurance, as well as for you, as well as for the fish farm. Everybody gains out of that at a pretty cheap investment. This is not crazy expensive stuff to do.
Thank you. Anybody for questions for Mr. Boyd?
I just had one quick clarification, make sure I
Commissioner
heard
Fowler.
you correctly. Did you say that the Joseph's ponds vary already? Did I hear you correctly, or was that incorrect?
I'm sure they vary some. I don't know the range, because I suspect that they used their own local wells to adjust some of that. So they don't want them to vary too much.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my guess, but that would be a better question for Ms. Josephs.
Anything else?
Would it be okay if she came up to answer that question, or do you want to wait?
Where's she at? Right. Okay, hold on. Wait.
Sorry.
Mrs. Joseph, do you want to answer that question? I don't want to get too far afield of how we actually monitor or manage our meetings, but this is an important thing for you, and I want to make sure that you're able to answer the question.
Well, I just want to answer Commissioner
Yes.
Fowler's question.
Thank you.
I mean, of course, there's some change in the water levels, but we do have wells on the property, and we monitor all of that stuff.
Okay.
So we're constantly out there making sure that the water is the level it needs to be in order for the fish to survive.
Okay, thank you.
So to follow up, if I may.
Sorry,
Go-
I think I might answer your question with this.
Go ahead.
But if the water level goes down too low, there is a chance that the wells will not be able to recover that amount fast enough in order for the fish to survive. Right now, and we've been here 20 years, okay? 20 years, and never had that happen where a pond has gone dry. So our wells have been able to keep up with all of the fluctuations of the seasons.
Thank you.
So if I could, in a well, you often have other parts of the water. You have iron, you have the salinity portion. How do you manage your water? Do you take your water from the well and take it through filtration systems to make sure that the quality of the water is that which is perfect for your fish?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, the water in the earth right now and the wells at the level that they are, at the depth that they are, they have been tested for the salinity. So we have, I believe in the past, my father-in-law, when he owned it, went down a bit further, had them test it, couldn't go down that far because there's too much salt in the earth. It was about 60 feet. So all of our wells are much more shallow than that, but they've all been tested, and we've never had an issue with the iron in the water or any other aspect. We actually do get our water tested by the Tropical Aquaculture Laboratory now, so we can get a little bit of a baseline of what's going on before this happens. But no, we have not had an issue.
So if, as we go forward, whatever transpires tonight, if it is moved forward in approval, I think it would be wise to commit to a baseline review of your operation so that the applicant, the mine, could help you with the processes where you are today so that they can help with the monitor. I think Mr. Boyd suggested that being able to monitor those wells closer to your fish farm would be helpful on a catastrophic situation or something that happens very quickly that can be reacted to. So in order to be able to do that, to protect you and to protect the mine and protect the county, as Mr. Boyd said, it would be helpful that all parties had a baseline information as to how the operation of the fish farm works with the water quality.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In fact, in the document, the 4 or so pages that I provided, I did mention, use the same monitoring system, run it for some period of time. I would say ideally a year, but I don't know whether that fits with the mining schedule, but certainly 3-4 months at a minimum. Ideally a year, because you want to try to look at what happens dry and wet season, and then there's inter-year variability. You know, the longer is better to get a good baseline, but it needs to be something with a lot of measurements, which is why I would suggest instrumenting it at the fish farm as well as that linear array. That's the best way. Now you've got a solid measure of what the variability is as well as what long-term averages.
Okay.
The one question, or an unsolicited answer, you mentioned salinity and other things in the water. You'll notice in the proposal that I had, I didn't suggest that there was a need to measure other things, because and conductivity as a surrogate for salinity. The difficulty with salinity is there's no easy way to get it out. Some other things, you could run it through a water softening kind of process. It'd be very expensive, but you could. Salinity is all you can do is dilute it. So you would need a lot of water, and if you've got a problem with your wells already, you can't fix that problem that way. And that, again, gets you back to why an early monitoring system is good insurance for all parties.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Thank
Any other questions before he runs? No, we're good? Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Let us know who you are.
Hey, I'm Debbie Sherrod. I live at the west end of Glades Cutoff Road. I've been out there for about 20 years. I have cattle, and I also have 80 acres across the street from the mine with cattle on it. And over the years, with many effects from the drought, I've had to install wells with solar to maintain palatable water for my cattle. And this year, we had quite the drought that I was actually having to hay my cattle into the month of June. So my concern is, what is the problem with him putting in a mine if they're continually monitoring their water situation with their fish? What is the problem? If they have wells to maintain their water levels, then why are they giving the mining operation such a fit about the water with their fish? And then after we had our drought, we had a day where we had at least 5 inches plus of rain. So then you go from absolutely nothing to more water than you know what to do with. But they're concerned about a mine. I don't understand what the problem is if they have a way to monitor their own water and to fill or lower their own ponds.
Well, thank you. We're still under public comment for the hearing. Good evening, sir. You'll let us know who you are for the record.
Good evening. My name is Dean Decker. I live at 4915 South Header Canal Road. My son Jacob is here as well. We were talking earlier about agriculture farming on that piece of property. I am the one and my son who are currently farming that property. We're farming the southern 400 acres. We currently have sweet corn planted on there. We are trying a new form of row crop farming here by using the existing citrus beds. I have noticed farmers here come down and they level the citrus beds. Something very similar was done at Minute Maid Road, which really lends that land almost unfarmable for a long period of time. And I had this idea I've more or less construed this idea over the last 20 years. I was introduced to Anthony M. Ranch, and I told him my theory and what I think can happen by utilizing existing citrus beds, using all of the existing infrastructure, not moving any soil at all. And he was very intrigued by that. And he gave me a very, very economically feasible lease, which really made this entirely impossible for me to do this. And this is our third year, and things are going better than I had expected. We're looking at possibly getting some more land. I had a meeting today with the USDA looking at planting some organic vegetables next. There's a big demand for organic broccoli, squash, sweet corn, as well as other vegetables during the winter months here. And I just want to say that Anthony has been great to work with. He's been very conscientious as to the environment, as to the water, as to the soil. And I look forward to being a neighbor with the mine.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. I remember you from 4-H. Uh-huh.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Short, and I live at 19440 Glades Cutoff Road. I've been fighting and working to understand this project since I was first heard of it at age 13. The commissioners have been given the email I will be referencing, sent from Daniel Z. The subject of the letter is to reduce the depth of the mining to 40 feet in lieu of the proposed 50 feet to reduce significant impacts. I have highlighted words that are subject to speculation and opinion. The first sentence of the email states, the third-party consultant we contracted with recommended limiting the mining depth to 40 feet instead of the proposed 50 feet. The use of the third-party consultant does not provide the community with insight as to if this is educated and unbiased information. Who is the consultant referred to in this letter? It is not possible to prove that this project will have undue adverse effects with the use of biased information. A common interpretation of this email is that while reducing the mining 10 feet can reduce chloride, the impacts will still happen. My question is, how is a depth of 40 feet being controlled, monitored, and guaranteed? How much of a difference does 10 feet really make when our aquifer is going to be dug 50 feet into? I also have some concerns with the underground stream. Have underground streams been located and considered? If so, what elevation were they found at, and what speed are the waters traveling at? We have concerns with the water rising, not just lowering, if any of these underground streams are encountered. This running stream will want to get to elevation 0 once opened up. The well monitors will pick up the water rising, but will it be too late? Similar to a hurricane warning, you can't stop it. I think that's it. And of course, I would say thank you to the commissioners for being with us through this project.
Thank you. 4-H taught you well. Good evening, sir.
Hello. All right. My name is Jonathan Josephs, and I live at 10650 Carlton Road. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would love to spend the next 5 minutes telling you how threatening this mine will be to my personal livelihood, but that would be redundant at this point. So I'm not going to talk about my business or my livelihood. I'm not going to speak from the perspective of a resident or the perspective of a current business owner. Instead, I'd like to focus on the broader implications this decision could have on Port St. Lucie and its future growth, which the county seems hyper-focused on at the moment. As stated in a recent letter addressing concerns of the mayor from the county, Port St. Lucie is experiencing tremendous growth. Housing developments are expanding, offering much-needed affordable housing for people coming from more congested areas, while also creating employment opportunities. This growth is important, and I support it. However, approving this mine in an existing agricultural zone overlooks a critical opportunity, an opportunity to foster balanced development. it misses the chance to encourage further agricultural investment, which is beneficial for the long-term sustainability of our community. By permitting industrial activity in an agricultural zone, you will be sending a clear message to potential agricultural investors that this county no longer supports agriculture. I believe this decision will have no impact on the commissioners, but it will ultimately come back to haunt the residents that are increasingly calling Port St. Lucie their home. Allow me to explain. Just like having access to coquina can support population growth, agriculture also plays an essential role in supporting the growth we're witnessing. Take your pick of any random neighborhood in this county, and you'll see that every one of them has invested in landscaping. Every kind of palm tree, clusia, ixora, truckloads of sod. I could go on, but time is limited. My point is, the man or woman that sold these palm trees, clusia, ixora, and all that sod, they wouldn't be capable of producing these organisms without having an agricultural zone in which to work. And without local sources, we will need to rely on external suppliers, driving up costs and increasing the environmental impacts of all this growth. Moreover, agricultural businesses generate jobs just as a mine would, but with longer-term, more sustainable benefits. The inherent nature of a mine is to be temporary. The reason for this is simple. Dirt is not a living organism. Therefore, it cannot reproduce. So when the fill is gone, the mine is gone, as are all the jobs that it provided. Encouraging agricultural investment helps diversify our local economy because, as is the case with my business, these businesses are self-sustaining and can remain operational for many generations. Ag businesses not only support development, but also provide other crucial services for a growing population. For instance, ag zones can be used for animal sanctuaries or rescue operations, addressing a growing need as our population, and by extension, the number of abandoned pets, increases. In the long term, maintaining agricultural zones ensures we have a balanced approach to growth. It supports the community, provides employment, and reduces reliance on external resources. If you allow industrial encroachment into these zones, it becomes increasingly difficult to protect them in the future. And we risk losing the diversity of investments that attract many people to Port St. Lucie in the first place. To conclude, I want to reiterate that the county and developers already have access to a fully operational mine, the Vulcan Mine, which is closer to the planned developments. It can meet all the needs of these housing projects. Approving this new mine would be unnecessarily redundant and short-sighted. Please preserve the agricultural zoning we have and show some support for local agricultural businesses. This will help to ensure that future investors see Port St. Lucie as a place where both industrial and agricultural interests are valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. And Corey, if you could answer a question for me after his statement. This is not changing the zoning. Mining is permitted in the zoning, in the agricultural zoning area with a conditional use. Is that correct?
That is correct, Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, we're still under public comment for the hearing. Good evening, sir. Just let us know who you are for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Leonard Karam. I am the owner of the Rangeline Road Holdings, the neighboring 1,000 acres to the east of the mine. My parcel runs contiguous from Carlton Road to Rangeline Road, only separated by Glades Cutoff, and I am in full support of the mine. The proposed mine is a major positive for the local development growth to the western expansion through St. Lucie County to help supply much-needed aggregate material to serve future growth that is already here and ultimately coming. I got to know the whole M-Ranch team over the past 3 years, and I cannot say enough great things about them. As we can see today, the amount of professionals that were hired to make sure neighboring property owners are safe and proper planning measures have been taken to demonstrate this. A lot of people have raised many concerns, and what seems to be at the top of conversation is everyone's wells. Recently, the urban service boundary was expanded, and I personally think this commission needs to consider expanding that line even further west so everyone in this room has access to municipal water and sewer. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we're still under public comment. Good evening, sir.
My name's Bill Taylor. I live at 9350 Carlton Road. Been there 40 years. One of the very first ones to move out to that area of Carlton Road. I'm not going to go through all the stuff, all the things everybody's brought up. I've fought against change out there for years, fought against the Dickerson Mine, fought against the pet cemetery 30 years ago that they were going to put out there, the high-speed rail they were talking about putting out there, all that. But we may be to the point where we're not going to win but anyway, I just wanted to bring up, you brought up fines. First off, like somebody else mentioned, they are way too low. Second off, they're not going to apply to the trucks. Go out there, drive around a little bit. These trucks are dangerous. Half the time they're halfway on the other side of the road. Try passing one at the C-24 bridge. You want a good hair-raising experience, there's one. They're dangerous, and all these trips. But the mine's not going to have any control over them. Yeah, they're going to be registered to them, but it's going to be a different company. They're going to do what they want. Just like somebody said, the guy pulls out and he said, I'm going up Carlton Road. Who's going to stop him? You know, it has to be a 911 call to get a deputy out there. We used to have one out there all the time. He'd drive by, check around, stop, talk to you, We knew him. We don't see him anymore, ever. So anyway, these fines are not going to apply to the trucks. So that's an issue. Who's going to control the trucks? The other thing, they did put that drainage print up there. Drainage has all been a problem. I believe the lady mentioned hooking up to the west side of the Carlton Road ditch, but all the properties on the east side and all the drainage problems are on the east side. Mainly because when Carlton Road was extended and that property was swapped, or they gave it to the county, and the county built the new ditch on the inside and then never lived up to their promise to maintain it because it's on private property. So a lot of that water, it really has to work its way around to eventually drain. I personally have put probably $20,000 into different drainage cleanup projects over the last 40 years, being my neighbors, going together and doing things, but they showed that print, and they alluded to the west side, but the print looked like pipes going under the road to the east side. And I'd just like to know what they're really planning on doing. If they run it over to the east side, that would help out a lot, an awful lot. That's really about all I got to say. The only thing I would add is I've heard a whole lot this election season about maintaining the livability of this county and maintaining people's way of life. What you guys have been doing here between this and Oak Ridge, you're destroying a way of life that's been out there for, 35, 40 years now. So I hate to see it, but I'm getting old. I'm an old man. So we'll see. Unfortunately, my son probably won't see it stay this way. So anyway, I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We're under public comment. Anyone still want to talk about all right, sir, come on up. When you come up, just let us know who you are for the record.
I'm Robbie Norville, born and raised here in this county, and I lived on 17,600 Glades Cutoff for the last 50 years. I started with the McCarty family in 1974. In 1978, we established the rock mine on the property. The reason that rock is the type of rock that is a coquina base. It is recognized as being a very good base for these highways that we use. This vein of rock runs north and south through our county, almost from one end to the other, but it changes in the type of consistency. Right there in the McCarty mine on the ranch, it was a mile wide and a mile long, shaped like a diamond. Either side of that, you fall off this ridge, because look at this as an old shoreline of a high elevation and then a seabed that formed all this coquina rock. As you go north of the county, it goes into a more shale and more sandy. So there's only limited places where this type of rock is, and it happens to be right there, right on Carlton Road. Getting back to some of the drainage issues is because C23 and C24 dissect this rock on both ends, north, south, and west. And our water table is reflected by the level of those canals, because the rock is down there at 14 feet starts, down to about 40 foot, but the canals cut it right through it. So that's water run back and forth according to the level the canals are held at. Carlton Road is 24 foot, 25 foot. Base cutoff is about 30 foot. So natural drainage has always been east to west, but they're trying to pull to the north where it goes to Germany Swamp, which is about 24 foot. So you got natural drainage. It doesn't matter whether ditches or not. When it rains like it does, it can just flow right over top of the ditches, and it's going to pull north. It's going to go where it's going to go. 1979 Hurricane David was 26 inches. It looks just like Asheville does today. I mean, that land out there, you're not going to survive getting any kind of agriculture. It's all going to go. It's going to go underwater. You can't get it off quick enough. And anytime it rains 4 inches in this county, countywide, water's got to be released through C23 and C24, or you're going to flood. So now that the South Florida Waterman is building all these reservoirs, it's trying to help us stop a catastrophe of happening and try to save the St. Lucie estuary from all the fresh water that dumps out into the river. So this is why we're trying to build these reservoirs and why they're buying so much land up to control this. In the beginning, the Fort Pierce Farms was the north end of the county, and they cut canals every half a mile for almost 10 miles to the county to drain that land to start being able to farm that. And the Rim Canal, which surrounds that area, was every half mile, all the way through the county, all the way to the river. Those canals were cut, and the Rim Ditch carried all that water. And if you're inside that district, you had to pay extra taxes for that drainage district. All Carlton Road from C24 south to C23 is not in the drainage district. It's not in that district of half-mile ditches that drain that land. So we're very vulnerable, very vulnerable. So getting back to some of the problem with salinity and the salt, it's at 40, 50 feet, you're going to start getting a little bit of salt. That happens. As a rancher, I lease a lot of the land from Anthony's family. I run the cattle on there, and I have been out there for a long, long time. I have seen no adverse effects from the rock actually contaminating the land that I run the cattle on. The fish population in those lakes, McCarty Lakes, are fabulous. The fishing outside that was always good. That was our lifeblood, was that rock that helped us survive that ranching operation. As I told you about in 1979 with Hurricane David, following that was one of the worst freezes we ever had out here. It got down 19 degrees at 11 o'clock. We lost all our citrus. We lost the citrus trees from that freeze. We lost all our tomatoes. So the fish farm is very dangerously affected by Mother Nature, whether it's too cold, too hot, too dry, too wet. This past year was one of the driest on record out there in our area. It didn't rain until the second week of June. We were in a severe drought, so low I dug ponds around my house down to 15 foot before I hit water. That's unheard of. So you're going to have these extremes one way or the other. Now I'm so wet I can't even get around. So it's a problem. Traffic's going to be a problem. All this new development's going to be a problem. But they're going to bring the rock from somewhere to build these roads, whether it's our county or Palm Beach, Martin. It's going to come from somewhere. We're going to be affected. So all we can do is try to work all this out together and hope for the best, is all I can tell you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Norval. We are still under public comment. Anyone like to speak on the subject? If there are more folks in the audience who would like to speak, if you want to make your way over. Good evening, sir. Just let us know who you are for the record.
Good evening. My name is Edwin Letterman. I live at 10216 Carlton Road. And to be honest with you, I'm shooting a little bit from the hip. I didn't think I would have the opportunity to speak today, and only because the hurricane rescheduling am I able to make it. I want to thank everybody in the neighborhood. This is 3 years of our money, putting up for lawyers, putting up for hydrologists, fighting, putting time in. There's a lot that went into fighting this. I really am glad this is coming to an end. I implore you to see the side of your constituents. Anybody out there that is siding with the applicant has a monetary benefit from it. There's just no way around it. I mean, you heard the farmer, you heard Robbie. Like, they're in business together, you know? So you heard these experts get up here. You heard them talk about silica and how it won't affect us. But you can easily Google on the cdc.gov and see that that is a lie. The trucks are going to be covered in it, going up and down the road. Also, I would like to say something about the lights. This mine is going to need lights for trucks coming and lining up in the morning. I'm not exactly sure what their hours of operation are. I heard 8 to 5. Hopefully we can keep that 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. If there is anything, I wonder, is it possible to reserve maybe somebody from the community to get to rebut what they're going to rebut us on? Because they'll get to speak twice. We'll only get to speak once. Just a thought. You know, there's no guarantee that the applicant won't sell to a developer. He says he won't.
I'm sorry, but
But-
I'm insulted for you to insinuate that I'm being paid by MRANCH.
Please,
No, this is bullshit.
we're out of
You have
order.
no right to say anything like that. Are you being paid?
Please,
No. I said you're
Please.
benefiting monetarily. Okay.
everyone, please
Yeah,
be
yeah.
respectful for the other.
No, I'm not gonna be respectful if he's gonna say I'm being paid. That's bullshit.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's been a lot of time that the community has put in to fight this thing. Hours looking through blueprints, hours looking through county code to see what we could do. I don't know what else I can say. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Letterman. We are under public comment for this hearing. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Come back to the board. You have your time that you requested for the rebuttal. I'm going to talk to my attorney, Catherine. There was a request for the neighbors to have time for a rebuttal. I don't recall us having that scenario, but I want to take your lead on this, so I stay inside the bounds.
Chair, it is normal that you let the applicant have the last say, but if something new is raised and the board desires to hear from the neighbors, and then that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there was a lot of questions in there, and I'm going to just let you start ticking them off, and I'm going to try and knock them off on my list of questions. As we don't miss one, I hope that I find it, and that way we can get to the end of the results.
Thank you. Once again, Jana Loda for the applicant. I tried to take copious notes, so hopefully I'll be able to respond to the respective items that were brought up during the public hearing. I believe the first item that came up was with respect to, and this occurred a couple of times through the comments, was the risk of the use of Carlton Road by the haul trucks. I just want to remind the board again that we did relocate the haul road, so there's no interface with Carlton Road at all as part of the mining operation. The haul trucks are to enter off of Glades Road via a dedicated haul road to the southwest corner of the mine. Included in the revised operation and maintenance plan that's included in the backup to this agenda item is a very detailed haul truck registration and the whole protocol plan, as well as an indication that there will be very site-specific training procedures that will be implemented by the mining operator. They also have a program, and I believe this is also in that same plan that's included with the operation and maintenance manual, that as part of the haul truck registration, there will be a very visible placard that will be placed on the haul truck if a truck is found to be on Carlton Road, and they are advised of it. They have a policy that once you're on, you're notified. If it happens again, you're out. You can't access our mine for mine materials. So they can certainly speak more with respect to that item should you have any further questions. Just to clarify again, that we are no longer mining to a depth of 50 feet, but rather 40 feet. Another item I just want to clarify, I believe that someone raised, is with respect to the dewatering and that effluent somehow being discharged off-site. Again, we are only primarily dewatering during that first initial dewatering that was described as part of our expert testimony. All of that dewatering effluent is going into the temporary impoundment area that is located on our property. Any further dewatering that might occur, if that's needed to remove the overburden as part of the mining operation, all that dewatering will go into the actual mine lake itself. No dewatering effluent will be discharged off-site. With respect to the dewatering pumps, somebody mentioned that these will be running 24 hours a day all of the time. The pumps are only used during the dewatering operation. The pumps are equipped with acoustic enclosures and attenuation devices to assure that at its source, it is a very low sound. And of course, we have as a requirement the noise monitoring and vibration that's provided as part of the operation and maintenance plan to assure that the county code is complied with during the entire course of the mining operations. I just want to highlight, because I know people again talked a lot about the trucks, that the trucks now, today, are on Glades Cutoff Road. Our hope is that we will see a lot of that displaced with the operation of the mine from those trucks coming from further southeast up on Glades Cutoff Road. As far as the Florida Rock, I know that was mentioned here. My understanding is that was a different type of operation. That may have been an actual dry mining operation. When you have a dry mining operation, which was some of the images that you saw on the video, you have a significant dewatering event that occurs because they are dewatering down to allow that mining depth to whatever the depth was. That is not something that's occurring here because this is a wet mining operation, which also directly impacts the potential for dust, as I mentioned during my primary presentation. I also just want to highlight on that video, a lot of those images you saw were significantly larger mines than what we have here. This is a relatively small mine, and none of the equipment, and speaking to our mining operator, is going to be, as far as the dredging equipment that you saw, of the size on those videos. So I just want to clarify that as well. The white light was mentioned a lot. Just to clarify, that is a white light indicator that has no sound, that will be used in lieu of the backup beeps that you typically hear on equipment. That was an accommodation that we made at the conditional use as part of our approval, and also incorporated into the revised operation and maintenance plan. The other thing was the sign regarding the lakes. We suggested that this lake, and we still stand by it, could be a potential storm water facility. That does not mean that it's a facility that's open for public recreation, just to clarify, because I know the sign there talked about the types of boats and whatnot that could be used. Let me just see here real quick. With respect to potable water, and this was something that was brought up, and I just want to clarify, we mentioned this during the conditional use, and I just want to once again state what our commitment is. Yes, we are proposing fairly significant insurance, both for the fish farm as well as for the owners of wells within 1,400 feet of the mine. Whether or not the mine, if a well was to run dry and a family did not have potable water, or the fish farm did not have potable water for their own residential use. I also know that they have a hatchery, which is inside, that's separate and apart from their online ponds. Our commitment then and now is that in that intermediate period, we are committed to bring in potable water for those residents, and including the fish farm for their personal use if needed, whether it be actual water trucks or water on pallets so that they have it for drinking. And that's whether or not it's caused by us or not until it's determined. So I just want to once again reiterate that now, because we know that's an important for our neighbors as well as for this county commission.
Before you go on, we had another mine come before us several years back, and the same question came up, and the process was, is it going to take 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days, and so on and so forth? Is there a pre-plan that will go into place if the wells fail, and that means bringing bottled water on site immediately when notified, and then immediately moving to what we did in the last one from a condition standpoint. I think it was a 24-hour period in which a new well would be redug to a depth that actually would have water. So can that be part of your plan going forward, is that there's a plan that says, if then else, if the well goes dry, what's the next step? Make a phone call to somebody. There's got to be a place to call. Says we have no water, potable water. We need bottled water, etc. And then, if the well has failed, will the well be redug in a period of time that's appropriate for them to be able to manage their lives?
I can tell you tonight that our commitment is to bring in, like, immediately, and this is before we even know if it's caused by the mine, potable water for those residents. With respect to the digging of a new well, I don't know how quickly we can assess whether or not it's caused by the mine or not. We believe that we will know fairly quickly because of the existing monitoring wells and the proposed monitoring wells that we have, and the historical information that we have, whether or not it's caused by the mine or not. So at that point, I would hope that it would turn to the insurance company to determine whether or not it's a payable claim at that point. But my assurance to you all as a commission was to let you know that regardless of whether or not it's caused by the mine or the development that's occurring east of these properties, knowing what we know about how the water flows, the gradient in the area and whatnot, is that we still, as a good neighbor, will bring in potable water to make sure those residents have water to drink.
And I think the concern is how long is it going to take to go through the insurance process? So that's really what we're trying to accomplish there.
I'm standing here today committing to you to ensure that they have drinkable water. If their wells were to go dry, and even though we know we may not be the cause of it, wanting to be a good neighbor until we know what those issues are.
So on the same subject, Mr. Boyd, who was one of their experts that spoke, suggested that, can we bring up the map of the monitoring wells? Part of that process, he suggested, not unreasonable, to suggest that the 4 points that he raised was protecting the neighbors, protecting the insurance company, protecting the miner, and protecting the board. So as part of that process, it was indicated additional monitoring wells to be placed closer to their properties. And I asked Mrs. Joseph, would she accept a baseline proposal of monitoring the wells and getting a baseline as to what the water is and so on and so forth, what it's made up of, so that she can feel protected going forward, that there's at least a baseline of information. Mr. Boyd, I believe, said something to the effect of trying to get as much data as possible prior to the manning process. But is that something that the applicant would consider, given that the monitoring wells you have, I think there's 18 there now, or 19, but having closer to the fish farm and the folks think there's 2,300 feet away, is what I.
Yeah, so there's a couple of items in your question, so I'll address the first one, and that's with respect to the baseline information. We are proposing as part of both of the insurance funds, and I think it's maybe even expressly in the condition itself, that a baseline be established that establishes current water levels as well as water quality. It includes a host of information just to establish like what exactly is happening now on these properties. And that includes collection of data both before mining commences and quarterly, I believe, up to 1 year. And again, that I believe is expressly stated in the condition for condition number 3 as well as condition number 4. With respect to the additional monitoring that was proposed by Dr. McVoy, a couple of items here is one is that his plan proposed wells in close proximity to where the wells are that we have as part of our plan. For example, he had one well that was on, I believe, on the west side of Carlton Road, and then kind of coming down in a straight line on an angle from the northwest to the southeast across Carlton Road. So by and large, we have wells already there on the west side of Carlton Road and also on the east side of Carlton Road that's going to collect the very same data that he was looking for. We priced out what the cost to construct all of those wells with the monitoring for the full 10-year life of the mine, and we are looking at close to $600,000, anywhere from $500,000 to $575,000 to $600,000, and that's based on the construction of the mines, and probably the most expensive cost is the yearly monitoring that goes along with that. But with that being said, there is certainly a potential for maybe 1 or 2 more, but on some levels we think it is somewhat redundant. The most it's going to provide is that sequential information, because the information that he was seeking to collect, I believe, is already being collected by the wells that are closer proximity to the mine itself.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go back to your list, because
Okay. All right. Thank you,
mine
sir.
coincided with the last
All right.
conversation, so I wanted
And I just wanted to, and I know individuals mentioned a lot of different trucks that are on Carlton Road, and I just want to remind the commission and the members and the public that FPL, when they came in and got the approval to build those solar panel fields that are located west of the mine, they actually did get a road paving exemption, which allows them to access Carlton Road. So I don't know if that's some of the trucks that they see going up and down there, but certainly any of the trucks that are there now are certainly not attributable to the mine, as it has yet to be approved. Turning to Ms. Joseph's testimony, one of the main things that she brought is this idea that they have only had a month to review the hydrogeologic impact analysis. And I just want to go through some dates with the commission. We initially submitted the full study to the county together with all the other supplemental mining permit materials back in March of this year. We then had a call with county staff and Dr. McVoy and our client in April of this year, and that was the earliest we could get the call with them, largely because they did not want to speak with us until they had that study in hand. And that was in April of this year. The study, by and large, has not changed its conclusions since March of this year. The only thing that has changed in that study were changes that were requested by South Florida Water Management District to do some additional monitoring for any potential watering, should it be needed, on the far east side of the mine, as well as some additional information that was requested. I believe it was largely prompted by FDEP and Mr. Zalrick with respect to what happens when we have this kind of body of water that's being created, understanding the different chlorides that we have that's out there. But my understanding is by and large, the hydrologic impact analysis, the base information has not changed since March of this year. So I think it's not exactly fair to say they just received it and have only had it for a month. Indeed, and I put this again to you, the county's third-party reviewer had to have it sooner than that, because they took at least 3 weeks to review it before we can even place this item on the agenda to be before you. Again, there's some basic facts here I just don't want you to lose sight of. Here, the gradients, clearly the water is moving east to west, and all the studies, and I believe even their own expert, indicate that the water levels will rise slightly as it relates to the fish farm property. And I know Ms. Joseph also indicated a number of aquaculture operations that failed because they were in proximity to a mine, but we don't have the specific facts, so I can't quite respond if there were a different mining operation, how close were they, and what other factors might have been there that may have affected them. Just trying to quick see if there's anything else here. Again, I believe that the fish farm does have two different types of ponds. They have some within their hatchery, which is where I think they put the eggs, where they are when they are getting ready to hatch. And that the pond, and they could speak more to that if need be, but I just wanted to point that I do believe that they have two different types of, because we did go through their operations when we were on the call with them in the county so that we could understand, because we wanted to truly be able to respond to what their concerns were with respect to, I believe how Dr. McBoy put it, water chemistry as well as the water levels. And that's why it is very important to us to establish the baseline, and we agree with Dr. McBoy, and I believe it's in the condition to establish this baseline both before mining commences as well as for quarterly for 1 year. And I just wanted to point out that the issue, and one of the reasons that we reduced the depth of the mining to 40 feet was largely because of the potential concern by the third-party reviewer of the chloride migration, but that's primarily for the properties to the west. It's not for the properties to the east. Again, we are in ag zoning. This is a use that's allowed as a conditional use. The approval of the mining permit will allow the much larger 95% of the M Ranch holdings to retain in traditional ag operations, which you heard not only from me, but also from the operator of some of the properties within the M Ranch. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else here. With respect to the culverts that we pointed, with respect to the drainage, those are the exact opportunities that we are suggesting that are there for us to work with the county, is to create a culvert crossing both at the north side and at the south side of the M Ranch property to help convey that property on the east side of Carlton Road west to the C-23 canal.
So are you submitting that as a condition?
Well, I believe it needs to be worked out, but it's something that we will certainly are happy to work with the county to see how that might be accomplished. Carlton Road is obviously county right-of-way, so we would need the county's involvement in that. But we are certainly open to provide easements to the county to allow them to convey water over our property to the C-23 canal.
And I'm going to go back to when you talked about the depth. Ms. Short raised it as to how do you know how deep you're going to not exceed by accident.
There's two ways, and I actually spoke with the mining operator when she was making those comments. The first is the type of equipment that it effectively only has the reach that goes that deep, and actually they're probably anticipating that it's likely going to be less than 40 feet. The other is that they have sonar that they can ping to see that they are not going further than 40 feet as well. And again, we have Patrick Ryan here that is available to answer any questions, because this is obviously not their first wet mining operation.
Okay.
And again, we hear the community. We had a very large community meeting that was hosted here in this chamber, as well as another large community meeting that we held right before our Planning and Zoning Board hearing at the Indian River State College. And we've been listening to community. We knew when we first came in, that Hall Road, when it went north of the fish farm, was a big concern. And staff got engaged in the dialogue, and we relocated that Hall Road so that it's wholly within the M Ranch property. It's definitely longer, but it also provides a number of positive benefits. One, all queuing is clearly going to be on the north side of our property, far away from any residential uses whatsoever. With the relocation of the Hall Road through the M Ranch property, it's now almost half a mile from any of the residences on the east side of Carlton Road. We listened to them at the second community meeting, was the discussion regarding the berm. Like, why can't you just put a big piece of, big mound of soil? So we went from 6 feet to 12 feet on our berm on the east side of Carlton and added very, very mature plantings. At planting, 16-foot tall buttonwoods as well as 20-foot tall pine. And then listened again really to the county staff and their third-party peer review and saying, listen, just to be safe, we should go from 50 feet to 40 feet. And we said, fine. So at every turn, we have tried to pivot, to adapt, to listen to the concerns of the community, listen to the concerns regarding Carlton Road, which was addressed with the relocated Hall Road. I can certainly understand their trepidation, but I believe that we have tried at every turn to make this project better and more compatible to the community, which was recognized by this commission with the approval of the conditional use. And I believe that may actually, I think, address all the comments that I heard, unless you've heard
We
some
heard
that I
the
missed.
powdery silica blowing in the wind. You talked about tanker trucks, watering trucks, irrigation systems. The trucks will have covers to maintain the material inside the truck?
Yes, sir. And again, I understand that the white powdery, if they're talking about the Florida Rock Mine, I believe that was a dry mining operation. We do have a wet mining operation here. We have protocol to not only wet the Hall Road, the Loop Road, but also the mining operations. Our operation and maintenance plan provides for us a minimum moisture content in our stockpiles. With respect to the silica issue or anything with respect, recall at the conditional use hearing, we did hear testimony from Dr. Christopher Teeth, who is a toxicologist and who talked at length with respect to the hazards you typically see in an enclosed area. I have a signed statement from him with respect to these issues, and Mr. Teeth is also here tonight to answer any questions that you may have. I'll once again proffer this into the record. The other thing I would just like to provide as well is that there was, we also received, this was in connection with the conditional use, but it has not changed, is a letter of support from another legacy rancher in the area, Mr. Wesley Carlton, as well as we, of course, have a support letter from the St. Lucie Economic Development Council as well. So I'll provide those all to the recording secretary.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any more questions from the board? I didn't mean to hijack it, but I was writing down all the questions to make sure that she was able to hit every question. So, questions from the board?
Good job. You took some of mine off the plate, so thank you. You know, we've heard a lot of concerns, and I think, you know, it comes back around to how will this be policed? How will this be monitored? We've heard that a lot. So can you talk to us about that for just a quick minute? How will this be monitored? How will we make sure that the noise levels are below the noise ordinance? How are we making sure that the piles are sufficiently dampened so that dust isn't flying, you know, throughout the neighborhood? If the trucks are not listening and they're going up and down Carlton Road, you know, if you could just go into that a little bit, because I think those are some valid concerns.
Sure. Sorry, my binder opened up
Sorry.
here. So with respect to the monitoring, the conditional use approval, and it's also again echoed in the mining permit, is as it relates to vibration and noise, is a noise and vibration monitoring equipment that is deployed on the site to monitor the noise at the eastern property line. You heard during the conditional use testimony from Bernard Kinney. He's our noise and vibration consultant. Mr. Kinney is here as well. That from a vibration standpoint, because vibration kind of, it travels through, it's going to travel through the ground, and given the distances, and he's again using metrics in urban areas where there's much more significant impacts, you've got to be within less than 200 feet to have any issue. And again, we are over 500 feet from the active mining permit to the east right-of-way line of Carlton Road. So we are a significant distance from any residences for there to be any impacts from vibration. That being said, we still have, as part of the equipment that's going to be deployed, specific equipment that will measure on our property what any current vibration impacts are. So that relates to vibration and the monitoring. And those reports will be provided to the county consistent with the conditional use approval, the mining permit, and our operation and maintenance plan that provides for that. Same thing with noise. That same equipment will be equipped with noise monitors that will measure the noise at the eastern property line. So this isn't even on the resident's property. This is on our property to measure what the noise is. Now the noise is going to be a factor of the equipment that's there. And when we modeled it with the absolute worst case scenario, which was all of the equipment on the far east side of the property and all of it running at the same time. And with that, we still felt comfortable we were going to be able to meet the county's noise ordinance. And the reason being is, one, we are putting effectively a wall between that equipment and the residents to the east, and that's the 12-foot berm. We also have other tools in our tool belt. A lot of the equipment that we're using actually has sound attenuating equipment or structures around it, which reduces the noise at the source of the equipment. We also have the ability to deploy, and this is specifically in the operation and maintenance plan, acoustic structures that can literally move with the equipment that reduces the noise significantly, again, right there at the source. And then as the mining operation moves towards the east, we have the ability to put up a acoustic fence on the top of that 12-foot wall, which again drastically reduces noise. So if it looks like there's any issue whatsoever, we have a lot of tools in the tool belt to address the noise issues. The fines were brought up, I think, a lot, right? Are they too low or whatnot? If it's following the typical code enforcement ordinance in most cities and counties, where you have a repeat violation, there can be a higher fine. That's just how it is in every code enforcement ordinance. I will tell you, it's not in our, we do not want to have any fines. We want to be operating this as a good neighbor with our neighbors. And also we own property north and south, and possibly even more property that may be acquired by MRanch. So with that, I think the main issue that you have is the haul trucks. I've already described the haul truck registration. Anybody who sees a truck on there that has a placard and a number, we will make sure that and if you don't have it now, that you'll have it once we start operations, the contact, so somebody can contact, because it's literally 2 strikes, you're out as it relates to the mine. And again, Mr. Ryan can speak a little bit more as to that. You also have probably the ultimate lever in your arsenal, and that is, if it's a repeated violations, you have the possibility to revoke the permit. I believe that's another item that is in the permit as well. The code provides for, I believe it's either every 2 years or something, for basically to come back to see if there's any adjustments that need to be made to the mining permit. I believe that's in your mining code as well. But our intent is to be that good neighbor, just like we've tried to show throughout this application process as we've adapted the application in response to comments and concerns.
Okay. Anything else?
So just one consideration or small ask. So, unfortunately for my district, over the last several months, there's been some issues with a project off Citrus with dump truck speeding, where Public Works staff was having to go out almost on the daily, multiple times a day, to talk to the subcontractor and such. Would you consider, if we get too many of these complaints, of bringing on an off-duty officer to sit there and maintain, or something of that nature, if it gets to that point?
I'd need to, I'm turning to my client to see if they...
So the question was, if there's a situation where multiple complaints occur, and this has happened in other situations, an applicant or a project can actually hire an off-duty sheriff's deputy to monitor the situation and manage it for a period of time.
Or even have a dedicated staff person sitting out, but something to control it so that our staff is not having to be pulled from what they're doing to kind of go out there and
Sure.
and patrol it or police it.
Patrick Ryan, Ryan Mining. I'll be the mine operator. So in addition to the registration plan and the haul truck plan that we've submitted, this happens often on construction sites. And we have in-house safety personnel that would be our first line of defense. We actually do that quite often, where we send them to an area saying, hey, these trucks are not listening to where we directed them to go. So that would be square one before we put an off-duty police officer out there. If it does get to that point where banning trucks from the quarry is not enough of a consequence for them, and then yes, I think it could potentially come to that as long as we're sure that the trucks are coming from our mine.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments?
Vice Chair.
Commissioner Lee?
Regarding Mr. McVoy's suggestion of monitoring a few more wells and putting in the equipment to monitor it every 15 minutes versus every, what was it, month or quarter, is the applicant willing to satisfy Mr. McVeigh's proposal?
Well, first off, I believe Ms. Day did state that we are providing monitoring every 15 minutes for various items. But with respect to Dr. McVoy's proposal, I believe, in speaking with my client, that if we needed to add like an additional, and I believe it's a pair of groundwater monitoring wells and a stilling well is basically what's in a cluster. Is that correct, Dr. McVoy? We would be prepared to put one north of the fish farm on the M Ranch property. So that would be in addition to the 4 wells that we have already on the east side of Carlton Road, and obviously I don't want to mistake I'm trying to do the math here, 15 wells that are located on the west side of Carlton Road, as shown here.
So can I point over to Mr. McVeigh and ask him his thoughts on that?
Boyd.
And I apologize, is it Dr. McVeigh?
It is Dr. McVoy.
McVoy. Okay.
Right.
Excuse me, if you're going to respond, you have to be on the microphone. Thank you. Because we are closed caption and, thank you, sir.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to jump in unless
The question was asked
It's as
by the
your wish.
commissioner to
Okay.
have you respond.
Because I don't know whether this is sort of the response part that the attorney
It's
indicated
not,
was okay.
but he asked a direct question to you.
Okay. Couple things. There were some assertions made by the attorney, with all due respect, that we are doing the right things for monitoring. I don't mean to give opinions on law because I'm not an attorney, and some of the statements were just incorrect. Already being collected, you've raised the right issue. Collecting quarterly, the reason I brought this up, that's the stage information, that's the squiggly lines, one of the squiggly lines graph. Imagine that if you wanted to get an idea of what that water is really doing, and you only came in quarterly, you wouldn't see anything. It's not useful. And the reason that I suggested, and the statement was made, well, we're already monitoring at 15 minutes. That is a true statement, only at 15, 16, and 14, which sounds like 3 wells, but it's 1 point in space. It's just 3 depths. I don't think you need all the depths. What you need is a decent number of points in space, whether it's 8 or whether it's 6. I don't know that makes a big difference, but there's only 2 points in space there, the 14 to 16 cluster and the 7-6 cluster. The land, if you did a linear array, you could do most of it on the M Ranch's property. You might need to go a little north on some of those, but you could use some of those wells. I can't speak for Mrs. Joseph, but I suspect that they would be willing to have some monitoring wells on theirs. And for the baseline, same sort of problem that you have. Whoops, I lost that graph. But the wiggly one, 3 quarterly measurements over 90 days, that isn't going to establish anything useful. It's easy enough to instrument the thing. If you do the 15-minute measurements, you know you're not missing anything. You've got a clear picture of the variability, and it doesn't cost that much more. And the applicant actually alluded to that they thought over the 10-year period their most expensive part of the monitoring was the annual manual monitoring. Once you've got one of those instruments running, it doesn't cost anything for it to take more data. It's free. There's some maintenance on keeping the system going, but they tend to run pretty well. So I think they need to do something in that line, continuous data, more sequence of wells. That would let them meet what their stated objective has been, to be a good neighbor. I don't think the expense is that much, and it eliminates so much of the uncertainty. Do we need to bring in water? Do we not need to bring in water? Is the insurance company pay? Are they not going to pay? On the water and the bringing it in, bringing in potable water, that means water that's been chlorinated, that kills fish. All of us in here who've had aquaria know that that's not a solution for a fish farm. Redigging a deeper well, that's not a solution here because you're higher salinity water there. So again, you need that early warning detection system. I don't think it's a big expense for the mine. It is an opportunity for them to agree to be good neighbors. Add a few more wells, make sure that it's a linear sequence, and definitely do the stilling wells and the monitoring instrumented 15-minute in a couple of the ponds. That will get you a decent baseline. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Leak, did you get your answer?
Now it's back to,
Well, I just want to clarify a few things because I actually had Ms. Day up here to again confirm, and I just want to make sure because we were talking about two different things. But our wells will have equipment on them that will be collecting data every 15 minutes. It will be downloaded monthly and reported quarterly. So data is being collected every 15 minutes. So I just want to get that information correct.
only up to 14, 15, 16, and at one of the conductivity wells.
All right, hold on.
That's-
Not at all your
Hold on, I can't have that.
I'm going to have our expert who testified
Okay.
with respect to monitoring wells, but my understanding is that information is not correct. We also have one well that will have real-time data being collected as well. So I just want to.
I think that is exactly what is being asked of that because the situation, if it's every 15 minutes monitoring and you only check it and you download it monthly, now you've missed the opportunity to find out what was happening at a certain time when things were going wrong. What I'm hearing is every 15 minutes uploaded to a cell phone or however, to a satellite, and then being able to monitor it. If something's going wrong at that time, it can be reported and it can be acted upon quickly.
Right, we do have one well that will be monitoring real-time data, not every 15 minutes. So just to clarify, so we just wanted to make sure that information was out there. And again, Ms. Day is here. Please feel free to call her up to ask her any specific questions. And the other item with respect to the potable water that we were bringing in, that was primarily for the residential drinking wells, so that people had drinking water immediately. And of course, if there's a different type of water that is needed for the fish farm, for that short term, we would have to figure out where that water would need to come from for them. So, because certainly we do not want to kill the fish by any stretch of the imagination. So I hope that answered that question.
Commissioner Lee, did you get your answer?
no.
So, Ms. Day, please come forward. So,
Are you, yes.
I think.
But we did commit, I'm sorry, yes, I think we understand what Dr. McVoy is trying to do. We do, however, know that we already have existing wells that are providing the data as I just described, including real-time data on one well. So while we're not amenable to adding the 8 different locations, which includes 3 wells each, as they should because of what we have that is in close proximity to the mine as well as on the east side of Carlton Road, we are amenable to adding a well on the north side of the fish farm on the M Ranch property that would include 2 of the groundwater monitoring wells, I think at different depths, as well as the stilling well equipped with the equipment that was outlined in Dr. McVoy's, forgive me, Dr. McVoy's report.
That's better.
My concern is pretty much what Dr. McVoy had mentioned is if something happens, the fingers are going to go this way. And, as you said, you're going to bring out drinking water. Well, it's pretty hard to take a bath in drinking water or shower. And I am concerned on the time frame it's going to take to correct things or to stop things to save the fish farm. And I don't think that the month monitoring is sufficient enough. I may be wrong on that. I'm not a hydrologist, but going from Dr. McVoy's.
Well, I think we'll let her have her
So we are proposing one cluster, so 3 wells, 14, 15, and 16, that will be connected to the internet and have real-time data available. The monitor well, I think it's 16, or one of those in the cluster, the intermediate one, will have the conductivity temperature depth sensor. that will measure conductivity and water levels. For the other two, the shallow and the deep, we were just proposing water levels. But again, all that will be real time. It's closest to the mine property. 6, 7, all the rest of the other wells, they will have data loggers in them that will record data every 15 minutes. But again, we download monthly. And even with any of this equipment, even if you are sending data to the cloud, you should still go out and record, manual water level measurements, get conductivity readings just to make sure that your equipment is accurate. It's, working as it should. So, regardless of what you have in your well, you should still go out there monthly and collect real data.
So would you, and I'll say it to the applicant, because I don't think we're going to get off this spot unless we have a commitment to have at least another set of monitoring wells, such as you described at 14, 15, and 16, that are giving you the 15-minute uploaded data to the cloud that can be monitored in case something happens in a quick moment. Is there a possibility to change that outcome? And I think that's what I'm hearing from Dr. McBoyd, that would satisfy the opportunity of realizing that a catastrophe is happening, something bad is happening, and be able to be rectified. I'm out of water, so I can't talk. So I think that's what's really where we're stuck, and I think Commissioner Lead is suggesting that. So if the applicant would commit to additional wells to the what would be the north of the fish farm, but closer on the M Ranch property, so that you can manage it and work on it, so you don't have to keep going back and forth to the fish farm family's property for any kind of update or management that needs to be done.
So just to confirm, that's the it basically one of the dots on his plan, right? So it's 2 groundwater wells, monitoring wells, and 1 stilling well, equipped with the equipment that he indicated with the transducers and real time. And I don't know if it was real time; it was every 15 minutes and downloaded. We are happy to commit to that, located on the M Ranch property north of the fish farm.
Because you'll have to maintain it and you have to operate
Correct.
it.
And it'll
so that's
have-
what
and-
I'm asking for
and-
on behalf of the board and also from the Dr. McBoyd's suggestion. All right, so we have a commitment for that.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Make sure there's no more questions.
Any other questions? Commissioner Fowler?
No questions.
No? Commissioner Bartz? Commissioner Lee?
As many things as I wrote down, you guys got it all.
Okay. All right.
So,
All right. Okay, hold on. Well, let me look to my attorney, because we did have somewhat of a rebuttal by Dr. McBoyd. And so the one thing that I did see that was relatively new was the question of the 2 types of lakes where the fish are, one for the breed stock, or actually the actual new fish, and then I don't know the terminology, so that's where I was.
We have 40 ponds, not it's.
Types of come up. You guys are making me work for this one tonight, boys and girls.
hey, Chris,
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. Yes, ma'am.
we have a chance.
Oh, yeah. All right, so the point brought up that I felt was important for you, and it was brought up by the attorney for the applicant, was that there are different types of ponds for different parts of your operation. One was for the fish that you sell, the other was for the eggs, or help me with that. I'm not
Right.
I'm not a fish
It's
pond.
all the same ponds. There's just a different purpose for the fish that are in them. Some of them are used to grow to breed stock, and some of them are used to grow to a saleable size. The ponds themselves are the same.
So the water type is no different?
No.
Okay, all right. So that was what was brought up by the attorney. I wanted you to have a chance to answer that.
Okay. The issue of the sequential wells is the issue, I believe. What you discussed with Ms. Loda about the well north is not going to change us seeing something happen. So it is going to be this. It's not us. So we're not happy with this. And who cares about an insurance policy you can't cash in on?
Right. Well, I got you to where your expert talked about having real-time information to be able to see it, upload it immediately.
You have to have the
And
wells, though. You can't.
That's what we asked for, that are closest to your property, because they're going to have to maintain them, and who knows what time they're going to have to maintain them. They're going to have to get permission to come on your property and do that if they put them on your property as monitoring wells. So and again, we're 2,300 feet away, but the wells that I've asked for would be significantly closer to your property, so that there is some movement or salinity changes or whatever is going to be seen and monitored will be seen and monitored and uploaded to the cloud as stated, and be able to be reviewed in case something is changing and can change rapidly and be attended to. So that's what I got them to commit to, which is basically what you were saying. Maybe not as many. I think you went 6 or 8, and I think that might be a little over, but.
If I could respond, first to commend you as a non-hydrologist, you're doing great.
Oh, thanks.
So that's good.
I've been underwater before.
There you go. The 15-minute or 30-minute doesn't really, nobody's going to argue about that. The real time is important. The sequence is important. Whether you need 8, I don't think you need 8. It sounds like there's a concern that the M-Ranch folks would prefer to have the wells on their property. If you're thinking of early warning, you want to have the ones closest to the mine. So if you were going to settle, if you were going to put a condition of let's have a sequence of 3 locations or 4 locations, put them in that line that I suggested or something similar on the M-Ranch property.
Which
that
along our property.
And I think that would be fine. Then you don't need to go on the property. But you do need to have the discussion of the stilling wells. Stilling wells is what you put in open water. That's to go in the ponds to get baseline. Probably not a bad idea to leave the instrumentation in there for the duration, so that you have one point at the farm. But by the time you see something at the farm, that's too late. That's not. You don't really need that for that. You need it for the baseline. Is what you need. Some stilling wells with some chemistry or specific conductivity is fine. So my suggestion to you would be to ask as a condition. Use maybe the 2, well, they've only got one that's instrumented, which is the 14, 15, 16 point. So they got 1 point. They needed at least 2 or 3 more than that in sequence, and then the stilling stuff for the baseline data, again, instrumented at the farm.
Okay.
And I think the thing to keep in mind is if you're going to put in something that lets you upload data, all you do is you add a little radio to it that sends it over from the other monitoring wells. You've already got most of the instrumentation. The additional cost that we're suggesting is actually pretty small, and it would get them off the hook of worrying about as much the quarterly and annual. Although I do agree very much with what was mentioned. Even if you instrument things, you got to come out and check them once in a while. It's just a good idea.
And which is why I was suggesting them being on the M-Ranch so that they can get them to any time.
I think that's fine. I think if you're going to have a smaller number, make them closer to mine.
All right, so.
But in sequence.
I'm calling it, okay. All right, so we've had a rebuttal. You've done well to mention the points. Ms. Loda,
I just want
we need to wrap this up.
I will. Just a few sentences. One, just to confirm, at the southwest corner of the mine, the closest to the mine and in direct line with the fish farm, that is where we have our real-time sensor on the wells. And if there is an issue with respect to anything with respect to water quality at that point, FDEP will require an investigation. And that's long before anything gets on the other side of Carlton Road or even in close proximity to the fish farm. So I just wanted to assure you, and that is in the current monitoring plan that we have right now.
I want you to say that again because I think
you
were getting to it very quickly, and
certainly.
So please say it again.
At the very southwest corner of the mine, you can see on the west side of Carlton Road, there's the series of the 3 wells. That is where all of the wells have instrumentation, but the real-time instrumentation is on the wells there at the southwest corner. Southeast, oh, sorry, southeast corner. It's getting late for me. I apologize. So if there is ever an issue where all of a sudden that real-time data that's coming in shows that there's an issue with a change in the water quality, it will immediately, we are required per the FDEP, as I understand, it will be identified to FDEP, and they will require an investigation to determine what is creating the issue. And that is long before it gets to the fish farm, which at that point is located 1,500, 1,700 feet away. I just wanted to clarify that for the commission. So we have right now, that kind of backstop immediately next to the mine at that southeast corner that provides that information that will be our first alert, our first alarm, and which is a far distance from the residences and the fish farm to the east.
Okay. Will that be your final close?
At this point, unless there's further questions, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? I'm going to look to my attorney. Is there anything that I may have missed or something that you'd like to add to the conversation? Because I think that the board needs to take a comfort break pretty soon, and so I'd like to get your direction.
Mr. Chairman, this has been a little bit of a back and forth, and though not normal, you do have one more citizen that is really wishing to speak, and since you've allowed other ones, you may wish to consider that.
Okay. I didn't
But
know.
then,
There was
then you would
it was
obviously have
suggested
to
that
allow
one person to rebut.
the
but-
ranch. Yeah, we were trying to stop that. That's not your normal procedure, but you have, it has gotten into that.
Okay. Ms. Schoen? Welcome back.
Again, my name is Kathy Dwan Schoen. I live at 9338 Carlton Road, and thank you for dealing with me on this. I forgot about it, and I didn't hear it mentioned. I did contact Planning and Zoning about a concern, and it's about the lighting. And understandably, if the mine is working from 7 till 6, you're in dark time, so they're going to have lights. But also, too, for security, what kind of lighting are they going to have? If you go up on Rangeline Road, you go to the industrial areas and you see the lights up there, you go in the middle of the night, and there's no sky, there's only light. So I understand that there is no code in ag on lighting. I just don't know what the plans are, what kind of, if we're gonna lose the sky if you had the lights on all night. And I understand security, I just don't know how this is being looked at. If it's been looked at, I haven't heard anything, so I'm just wondering if it could be put in the record, if somebody can talk about it. I just can't go to bed without having talked about it, so, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that was on my list, so I missed it. Thank you for bringing it up. Laura?
Jana Loda once again for the applicant, and I can confirm that there will be no lighting at night when the mine is not in operation. The mine, by and large, is a daytime operation, the hours 7 to 6. There's very few times of the year where it actually will be dark. And to the extent that there is any lighting while the mining operation hours are effective from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., it will be lighting that's basically kind of shown down into the mine itself. Any other lighting is just ancillary associated with maybe keypads and things like that, just to illuminate. So,
All right, thank you. All right, we have a lot to digest. I think I want to give the board a 15-minute comfort break, and then we'll return at 5 to 10.
All righty.
We're taking a comfort break.
Everybody get up at once.
Yeah, probably.
All right, thank you for the comfort break. We've heard testimony from all parties. There was one outstanding question as to the recording access opportunity for the monitoring wells. It was suggested possibly that all of the wells that you have around the property record information, and the ones that report consistently and within 15 minutes real time are nearest to the fish farm. So you have to report that to the DEP. Ms. Lard. So you were suggesting that the monitoring wells that are real time report to FDP, and if there's something going on, you have to shut it down and deal with it at that time, correct? So if that were to be the case, your group could actually go back and recover all the data from all the other monitoring wells and review that at the same time. You don't have to wait a period of time. You can download all that information at the same time and then review it from the closest part of the mine to the southeast corner of the mine, which is closest to the fish farm. Is that an accurate statement?
Jana Lutta, once again, for the applicant. Yes, if the real-time sensors that are located at the southeast corner of the mine, as well as the real-time that is on the well cluster that we're proposing, consistent with Dr. McVoy's suggestion for the type of wells north of the fish farm on M Ranch property, pick up any issue, whether it's a change in water level or a change in, I've been told, conductivity, which is the saline, we can immediately go out to the other wells that we have that's on the east side of Carlton Road, up and down the east side of the mine, that is collecting data every 15 minutes and download that data at any time. It's not limited to just the once a month, but if an issue is identified, we can go out to every well that has those 15-minute collecting sensors on them and collect that data.
Okay, thank you.
You're
What I
welcome.
needed. All right, we'll come back to the board. At this time, we need to come to a conclusion. We've heard testimony from the neighbors, fish farm. We've heard testimony from experts on both sides. And it is our job to discern how this should move forward. As we've seen, and I don't know if there's a possibility to manage this conversation going forward, there's two outcomes here. One is that the board moves to approve or the board moves to deny. Remembering that in any indication that you're going to accomplish, standards of review are always in play as part of our job. So that being said, I'll just kind of do an overview of the process that we've undertaken, and I think I'm going to need your up on the screen. Been indicated by the applicant that in the resolution for the conditional use approval, it had met all the standards of review at that time when it was approved by this board. Do you have it up there? Or
Which
it's
one?
not up?
Which one would you like?
Your presentation with the mining permit,
The conditions?
the conditions, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was indicated too by the applicant and stated verbally as to having met the requirements in the conditions. So that being said, first, I guess I need to understand what is the consensus of the board, one way or the other, because it's going to be a process. If it's a move to support or to approve, we'd state that, but we'd also want to have the standards of review as well as the conditions, which were, I think there was 12 in the general permit, and then there are 34 specific conditions, and I would think we added a few more since then. And my trustee staff, I hope, was able to take some notes. So if there was, let's start with that one first. Is there a notion to approve this item tonight? And if so, the notes that I've asked you to take for standard of review and the conditions would be what you would put in your motion if you were to make a motion to approve. And then I'll come back and do the other one, the other direction, if it was to deny. Catherine?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I have a suggested motion if the board is, determination is that is consistent with standards of review and the criteria set forth in the St. Lucie Land Development Code set in section 1105.11E, which is the mining permit one. If you feel it's consistent with that, then the motion would be the approved staff recommendation, provide approval of the Class 2 mining permit with the following conditions: the 12 general conditions in the staff report and the 34 special conditions in the staff report with, I believe there are 2 modifications. In paragraph 3 of the special conditions, the bond amount would change to $1,674,594.50. And then I believe in paragraph 23, which is where we would deal with the compliance on the monitoring wells where they had agreed to it, we would add that they've, including a monitoring well cluster of real time at the north end of the fish farm property, but on the M Ranch property. And I believe those are the 2 additional changes that have been discussed here tonight.
So there's an opportunity, if someone would like to make a motion to approve, that is your outline on the motion, and I'll wait your response.
Vice Chair?
Yes, sir.
Comment before the motion. One of the toughest decisions I've had to make. On one side of the fence, we have a party that wants to keep ag, and on the other side of the fence, we have a party that wants to keep ag. And I'm for that. I want ag. I want to keep it. I want more citrus out here. There was a comment made that the county is going nuts on development. You know, the Oak Ridge Ranches was brought up. And the reason I'm bringing up Oak Ridge Ranches is I think it can fall into the same category. It was told to me that if we don't approve Oak Ridge Ranches, they would go right across the street to Port St. Lucie. Port St. Lucie would annex them in, and they could turn around and instead of building 8,600 homes, build 20,000 homes in that area. If this doesn't go through, there's a potential that he could give up his farming, which has been his dream, and go right to Port St. Lucie and have them develop the property instead of putting in a mine and keeping ag out there. I am very concerned with the fish farm. Very concerned. That is your livelihood. I am glad you brought the doctor with you to explain it. I can't tell you what is going to happen. Obviously, no one can. It was brought to my attention that there was a McCarty mine that was pretty close to your fish farm that was active during the last 20 years, and it didn't do anything. Don't know how true that is, but that was brought to my attention. That being said, with the monitoring that they have, the protections that are in place, the insurance companies that is there, and me wanting to keep ag, I will make a motion to go ahead and approve.
Including the
With
conditions.
conditions.
Conditions stated by the attorney, correct?
Correct.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions on this item?
If I could just make a quick comment that, I understand the residents' fears, but, similarly to how our justice system works, I cannot find applicants guilty for something that they've not done wrong yet. And one of the things, next year will be 2 years that I've been doing this, and I can tell you, I have yet in this time seen a project cross my desk where I have jumped up and down and said, yes, I'm going to approve that project. In fact, Corey can bend and vouch. I almost act like a 5-year-old and stomp my feet and say, no, no more. I'm not doing this today. We're not approving another project. But that's from the outside looking in. Once you're sitting up here and you understand that it's the law that dictates, it's the code that dictates, Our attorney said, in our land development codes, there's standards of review. This falls under 11.05.11. And by law, if these projects conform to our LDC, then we have a duty to approve it. If we don't approve it, then there's a potential for a lawsuit, which does nobody any good, especially if we're on what would be considered the losing side of things. So I just wanted to state that. I'm sure it's pretty much the consensus of this board, those same sentiments. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Fowler. That's all the comments. I will also state that in the time that I've been here, I've had to wrangle with a lot of developers and a lot of folks that have come here asking for the moon and haven't had to battle back. As we've also seen recently, there's a lot of interest in the hyper growth that Port St. Lucie has in their community. Whether it was approved by their current council or those councils that came before them, it matters not. The buildings are being built today. The traffic is an issue. You have gridlock around the community. And again, Commissioner Lee, to your point, every project that has come through here has been argued to say, keep ag in ag. But when you have an application that is trying to accomplish that with several thousand acres of property that could be put into rooftops, but taking a portion of their land under a conditional use, which is already approved in agricultural zoning, but with a conditional use, considering the 37, I think now, conditions that we've added, plus the previous 12 that were necessary for the permit, it goes to show that this is probably the most extensive, except for the wellness center on South Beach about 6 years ago, the most conditions we've ever placed on an application, but for the right reasons. To protect the neighbors from difficulties, protecting a business from failing or being interrupted at some point. The conditions and the opportunity for making things right if something does go wrong have been indicated by the applicant. So that being said, I want to thank all the parties here in the room today and those who've come before us, those who've emailed us, who've called us, and so on and so forth, because it's the community that helps us make decisions. They're not always going to be on the same page. They're not always going to agree. But I can tell you that going from where we started, and Mr. Joseph, I'm going to speak to you directly. When you first brought this to me, your fish farm was right on the original Hall Road. What did I do? I turned around and I explained to you there is an expert in our community, Dr. Grant Gilmore, who actually did a study on vibration next to spawning fish. And it was in the Indian River Lagoon, and it was about the trout spawning. But when a train went by, the trout were known to stop spawning because of the vibration. I sent that to you directly. And you were able to move that forward, which gave us the ability to negotiate with the applicant where they moved the Hall Road a significant distance. Talked about water quality. Everyone knows that I have been arguing for and protecting the Indian River Lagoon and managing our stormwater systems in our community and fighting tooth and nail for protecting wetlands and et cetera, et cetera. So that being said, again, I want to thank all the participants and our staff who spent countless hours on this, and those who spoke, the experts and the neighbors specifically, because this will affect your life, and no question about it. But 2,000, 20,000, 30,000 homes next to you would be a worse outcome. The other part of this is this is 10 years. 10 years, you'll have a mine being created. But if that same 10 years was to build 2,000, 3,000, 10,000 homes, your life would be upset even greater. So that being said, I'm going to support the motion. I want to again thank everybody for the process and being respectful. One little dust up, but nonetheless, it was very respectful across the board. Well, what you said under your breath is another story. So that being said, Vera, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bartz?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Fowler?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Leet,
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Jazowski.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That being said, we're going to move on to the next item, which is a regular hearing. And as we move to that, we would like us to, again, state our disclosures. I forgot to say what I was saying. So, Commissioner Fowler, if you'll restate your disclosures.
Happy to, Mr. Chair. Associates with Holland and Knight, the applicant, Mr. Ken Pruitt, Dr. Christopher McVoy, and various residents.
Thank you. Commissioner Bartz.
Basically, same as before. Staff, applicant, agents for the applicant, residents, including some emails from the residents as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee.
Staff, applicant, residents, and applicants, what's again, S1.
Okay, thank you. Mine are Mr. and Mrs. Schoen, Jamie Joseph, other members of the community, including legal representatives, emails sent to and for the record, as well as letters. The applicant, the property owner, Mr. Anthony Mastriani, agents for the applicant, representatives of CapTech, Joe Capra, Ken Pruitt, P5 Group, the Holland and Knight Group, Ron Klein, Frida Poisson, Stacy Ranieri, Jana Lota, and Joyce Ryan, for the record. And Corey, I think this is your show now.
Good evening again. Vice Chair Zadowski, members of the board, Corey Benton, presenting agenda item 5A. Again, this is a regular agenda item for the major site plan seeking to implement the design and the construction parameters for the conditional use and Class 2 mining permit for M Ranch. I'll be very brief because we've gone through extensive hearings and display of the design of the mine itself, but simply an overview exhibit of the different aspects and layout of the mine, including some of the staging area, the truck routing and loop, the office, the mine lab, again, fuel containment for refueling of equipment, stockpiles, and the temporary impoundment areas, all featured and detailed. And of course, that buffer, berm, and landscape plantings along the east side, and the separation, complying with our standards. And simply to revisit it, as it was brought up earlier, the subject property is within our Agricultural 5 future land use category, as well as the Agricultural 5 zoning district for the site, as displayed on screen. And the site plan is coupled with the approved conditional use and the mining permit petition. The Development Review Committee, planning staff, environmental resources, public works, amongst other county agencies, internal and external, the fire district, the St. Louis County Public School District, all participated over 24 months plus in evaluating these plans. We've heard some of the modifications, the changes. With the staff report and the presentation, staff has found the site plan to be consistent with the approved conditional use, consistent with the standards of review in Land Development Code section 110207, and we are recommending approval with resolution 2024-186 with the associated conditions that have been applied with the conditional use permit. One additional permit related to final tree surveys and mitigation should the haul route design impose any impacts to native trees, ensuring that those are mitigated on site as committed by the applicant. Staff's available for any questions, and the applicant's prior presentation was joint for both the mining permit and the site plan itself.
Any questions of staff?
Any questions?
Hearing none? Anything from the applicant?
Good evening, Jana Loda once again for the applicant. As Mr. Benton indicated, we did provide a pretty detailed presentation as part of the mining permit, which was intended to cover both these applications. As I mentioned before, many of the criteria for the major site plan are the same for the mining permit as well as the conditional use. The staff report shows how we meet each of the criteria outlined in the code for approval of a site plan. As such, I'm not intending to make a full presentation, but rather just would like to point out that the staff has indicated that the application does meet the development code for approval, and they do in fact recommend approval. And I'm available for any questions as well as members of our team, because we know it's been a long evening.
Any questions?
Nope.
Any questions?
No, Chair.
No,
Go ahead.
no questions, but only because sometimes you turn around. I'd like to make some comments.
Sure.
First of all, I know that the applicant has gone through a tough time coming to us, as did the residents. And I want to say thank you. You paid attention to what was happening. You paid attention to what the residents were looking at. And you pivoted and adjusted to make things better. And I just want to take a second to say I truly appreciate that. This is us working better as we should all the time. But I want to say thank you. I know it took a long time. I know that you guys have worked hard. I know that you have worked with the residents to do all the right things. And I just wanted to take a second to say that and say I appreciate all of it.
Thank you.
And now I'm happy to make a motion if
Okay.
you're ready.
Mr. Fowler, do you have anything else?
You said that so well. Ditto.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Leet? anything else?
Ditto, yeah.
Okay.
Vice
Wow.
Chair.
You made me speechless.
Good. So can I make a motion?
Vice Chair, real quick, not to be overcritical, on the screen, you're going to see the recommendation for resolution 2023-135, and also Mr. Benton stated in his brief, there's a resolution 2024-186. So in that recommendation, just to be hypersensitive, approve both of them if that's what the will of the board is.
Was that your motion? Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
My motion.
We have a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second. Comments or questions on the item? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. This has been a long night, and I want to thank everybody for their patience and their cooperation. And anything from administration before we go? No? You're good? All right. We are adjourned.
No, George is like, come on.